Arica Chilean Challenge is extremely important for the APB.
Manny here with David Hubbard, and this is it, the Arica Chilean Challenge here on the northern coast of Chile. The waves are going off. The trials have ended. The trialists have been selected, and now it's game on. Main event, round number one.
Round number one, heat number one, is going to be Diego Cabrera, Roberto Bruno, as well as Igor Sanchez, the one of the top performing trialists making it out of the trials. So we just wrapped up the trials. They just ended moments ago. We are setting up the first heat. They're going to be hitting the water, and we should be right into the first round of the main event within a few minutes.
And El Gringo, the wave, also known as Flopos, never disappoints. It's going off right now, 6 to 8 foot. I mean, it's 12, 16 feet faces. It's freaking insane out there right now.
Yeah, and we already saw some insane action during the trials. Couple solid barrels, a big invert from the South African Wes Coetzee. And so we are seeing some awesome stuff. We expect to see even better action throughout the day. We are going to be running as many heats as we possibly can. Of course, Arica gets a little sea breezy in the afternoons, but we'll see if we can't run at least all of the first round of the main event today.
Yeah, the conditions here are pretty on schedule. There's a pattern here. Little breeze in the morning, then it glasses off mid-morning like what you're going to see, and then the wind picks up right after noon, 1, 2 o'clock. It has a little texture on it, but at this size, you know, it's still contestable, and it's still going to be massive. I just watched a couple waves, and the guys are pulling into some sections, and they're not afraid to hit the lip, especially in the main event. But give us the lowdown on the stadium format.
Ooh, stadium format. We love it, and we've been getting accustomed to it as we've been using it since Tahiti. So this will be the third rollout of the stadium format. What it does is it starts off in a non-elimination round, 3-person heats, and the first of which moves directly into round 3, kind of leaps around. Second and third from round 1 go into round number 2 and face off one-on-one. The winner of that round meets the winner of round 1 in round 3. That's an elimination round, again, one-on-one matchups. So the top 12 riders will be then moving on from round 3 into round 4, what we like to call,
boom, the catapult round. That's where you can get catapulted straight into the quarterfinals.
Exactly.
And unfortunately, the riders that don't get those top 2 slots, or the top slot, will go into round number 5. That is an elimination round. But round number 4, very intense, very exciting, because you can go straight into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and what's so great about the stadium format is we have non-elimination rounds throughout the format. We start with one. The catapult round is a non-elimination round right in the middle. And then in the finals, actually the semifinals is another non-elimination round where second place from both semifinals move into the podium final to battle it out for third and fourth, while the winner of both semifinals move into the grand final and battle it off for second place and champion of the event. So beautiful way to integrate non-elimination throughout the format. What that does, which I love the best, is it allows you to see the top performers more.
Yeah.
And so we get to see more action, more of the best riders at the event serving up some insane stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be insane action all day long. If the rider gets the right wave, be prepared to see some high-flying action or some deep barrels. I'm a little cold right now. I mean, there's this little breeze coming in right now. Has my hands a little cold. You're only going to see the riders out there in full suits. I don't think I've seen anything less than a 3-2, unless you're in your 2 mil.
No, I was in a 4-3 this morning. Went out for a free surf with Alex Uranga and Pierre-Louis Coste. And there was some solid bombs. Pierre got caught inside by a pretty solid set, probably about 10-foot Hawaiian, so at least 20-foot face. And we're probably going to be seeing guys push the limits not only of riding, but of where they sit to access these waves. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see more guys getting caught inside because the sets are still massive. Yesterday it was absolutely cranking. Probably 30 to maybe even 40-foot face at the outer reef, El Bue, just outside of Flopos. And so the swell's calmed down just a little bit, but it's still pumping.
Yeah.
Huge.
Yeah, no, we're going to see some incredible action. I just looked over my shoulder. We're waiting for that first round, heat number 1, to start off in the main event. Igor Sanchez just picked up his jersey. He made it out of the trials round, and he was one of those riders that got one of those first big barrels of the day on the right hand. And we're also going to see the left starting to be ridden as well. I mean, it's pretty much at that tipping point as far as riding the lefts. If the riders get these lefts, pull in and do a maneuver, they have to kick out because once they're on the other side of the keyhole, the channel on the lefts, they may end up in no man's land, and that's where you don't want to be. Waves are crashing up right on the dry reef, and it's pretty scary, pretty intense. Hopefully we're going to have some wide shots so you can see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's gnarly. Like Manny said, there's been a few lefts accessed this morning. I'm not sure if any were accessed in the free surf, but a couple trialists did choose to go left, and there was a massive wipeout from Joshua Toledo. He ended up losing his board, straightening his leash completely, and he had to get picked up from the jet ski and brought in so he could re-access because his board washed up once he lost it. So the tricky thing about the left not only is cutting out and exiting the wave critical at the right time, but then the paddle back out can be extra hairy if there's a set looming and starting to to cap, you really get pigeonholed, and there's really nowhere to go. You just have to keep dunking because the current takes you into this, what they call the tortuga, the turtle shell, and it is almost certain death if you get near there.
A lot of water moving out there, and I think I got word that we do have a video clip to show you guys. Let's have a look at that. Go for it. Maybe not. So that was a cool highlight reel from the first day of action. We did get the trials underway on that first day of the waiting period. Took yesterday off, and now we're back at it. Conditions are going off. Round number one, heat number one, out on the water in the main event. Who do we got?
We got Igor Sanchez, trialist, joining Roberto Bruno from Brazil, as well as Diego Cabrera from the Canary Islands. And I'll tell you something, Manny. Diego's been on a bit of an intensive tear opportunity since Brazil, and he's carrying that momentum real close to his chest.
If you don't know how intense, take a look at his interview that we posted on the Facebook page, APB Tour, and you'll see how intense and how focused and ready he is to compete here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. And coming off of a win, an APB Grand Slam Series win, where all the pros are in town, he's on a high, and his interview, you have to take a look at it. It's pretty insane.
Yeah.
Do you think some of the other riders who are looking at it are going to be a little intimidated?
Oh, for sure.
Or
yeah.
do you say, you know what, game on?
Well, it could be
both.
mixed emotions. Yeah, it could be both, but I think a lot of riders are going to be intimidated.
So, yeah, check the video out. Diego Cabrera interview just went up. And, yeah, I mean, it's been a little chilly here. I've seen a few people with this cough. It could be the dust. We are just on the coastline of the Atacama desert, one of the biggest deserts on the planet. So some of this wind does kick up the sand, and it might be in the air. So a few people have been coughing, and the weather itself is a little chilly.
Yeah, it's chilly here in Chile for sure.
Oh, boy, there it is. There's the beginning. So round number one, heat number one, out in the water. Let's go check out what the competitors have to look for as far as the wave conditions. Can we throw to that camera? Let's take a look. Yeah, so it looks like we are looking at some pretty solid conditions. Again, it is 6 to 8 feet. Occasional, I'm going to say 9 foot. It's just massive out there. Diego Cabrera, Roberto Bruno, Igor Sanchez will be coming up in this first heat. All of these riders capable of taking this heat Again, non-elimination heat number 1, round number 1. First place goes straight to round number 3. Second and third go into round number 2, where they battle it out for first place in round number 2 to go into round number 3. But if you look closely, you can see that ginormous cargo ship just tilting back and forth. That's how much energy is out here at El Gringo, also known as Flopos. Do you know the history on that, Dub?
Yeah, well, actually, this was named Flopos after one of the local riders. Actually, I think there is a memorial to him right down here on the shore as you are walking down the stairs, just right in front of the break. And, nice memorial to one of the first riders to lose their life out here at this amazing wave. But maybe it was the foreign contingent that really started riding out here and traveling here that they nicknamed it El Gringo, but all the locals refer to it as Flopos.
And there's a jet ski. Jet skis definitely needed in these conditions. We actually had a rider lose his board into the rocks. Jet ski was out there to pick him up. And I think they're just checking up on Igor. I think we want to get this show started. This 25-minute heat. So they're going to get Igor Sanchez on the ski, get him out to the peak to join the other 2 riders, Roberto Bruno and Diego Cabrera, so we can get this show underway. Look at that lineup. Round number 1, heat number 1 of the main event. That's when we're going to see the top riders on the World Tour facing off with the trialists. And in this case, Igor Sanchez making it to the main event.
Yeah, so great run. It showed a lot of versatility, a very difficult first day of trials. Round 1 and round 2 were held in some challenging conditions, and we finished it off with the quarterfinals of the trials this morning, qualifying 8 trialists into that main event. So the best of both worlds are who you're going to see in the trialists performing, because they had to make it in some small, challenging, messy conditions, and then they had to make it in some large, big stuff this morning. So Igor Sanchez, worth his weight in salt, and he just got dropped off. We're getting a call 30 seconds until the start, and I'm just noticing where some of the riders are. There you're going to see Igor. We're going to get a little pan. We'll see Roberto Bruno and Diego Cabrera sitting way wide on the left in a place that I haven't seen anyone sit this morning. So that horn, possibly making it way over the live stream, is the signal of the first heat of the first round of the main event.
25-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored. 1 rider, first place, will go straight into round number 3. Second and third, you're going to see them again in round number 2. We have started this main event, round number 1. And again, a lot of water moving out there, and it's very interesting to see what you just mentioned on where the positioning of these riders is going to be throughout the days of competition. The lefts have started firing, but very slim pickings on the left. A lot more rights, but if you drop in on some of the rights, it's just going to have an open face and not much of a lip. Here we go, up and riding. First rider up, Igor Sanchez.
Here's our trialist looking for a nice, solid lip maneuver there. Big roll, completes it clean. So starting it off pretty strong, and I noticed while he got dropped off, he accessed the peak, and I think the current took our riders in red and yellow off of the peak. So Igor Sanchez taking advantage of that quick start, getting his campaign started here in the main event.
Yeah, I always refer to catching a wave in the first few minutes as the GTS, the Guilherme Temega strategy. He was one of those riders, former world champion, who just always was able to get a first solid wave, just like this, like Igor Sanchez. But yeah, getting that first wave right off the bat, having a solid run, and being able to fall back on something if you need is crucial if it comes down to the wire.
Yeah, and I think it's important to think about that in terms of if you start the heat off with one of the best rides, or even just the first ride, you're winning the heat from the start. And so that's how Igor Sanchez is employing as what you call the GTS. He's winning this heat from the start. So he got a score. We're going to be getting it onto your graphic very shortly. I believe it's something in the 7-point range. And so pressure will be on Diego and Gilberto to answer back. And Gilberto has moved himself closer to the peak. Diego's still sitting really wide. He might have his eye on those big lefts. And boy, this is going to be really exciting to see all day, Manny, how these riders attack the lineup of El Flopos. This is one of the more treacherous venues that we have on the men's APB World Tour. Of course, Pipeline and Tehupo get a lot of prestige due to their power and their dangerous reefs, but there's something just unpredictable about Flopos, and it's heavy water as well.
The only thing predictable is that there's always seems to be swell here. I mean, each year that I've been here, there's always been, 4 to 5, and today we're just seeing 6 to 8 foot bombs coming in. So I mean, there's always waves when we come down here, but the swell direction and the amount of water moving can be tricky, and that's what the riders are trying to figure out right now: is where to sit, where to line up out in the water, and find something on the beach to line up with, whether it's the lighthouse or in front of the judges' scaffold. Where are you going to sit for either the left or the right? And because there's not one definite spot where you can choose between the left and the right, you're going to have riders a little further to the left and a further to the right. So it's going to be interesting how everything unfolds as the tide changes as well.
Yeah, kind of high tide this morning. And yeah, great point about the exact peak scenario.
It's going to be a little different, too, as far as water temperatures. We just came from semi-warm waters of Brazil. Now we're in the cold waters of Chile. I'm guessing in the low 60s, maybe high 50s in degrees in Fahrenheit. So board choices, board options are definitely going to be different here in Chile. You're going to want something a little bit more flexible, not, want a triple stringer with extra mesh on your board, but what you do want that flex in your board, so when you do come off the bottom, you do have that projection coming off the board. Here we go. Looks like a rider taking a look. No, red. Yes, Diego Cabrera. Ooh, in and out. We do have a priority system in place right now, and they look like Diego Cabrera gave up that priority.
Yep, and so Roberto Bruno going to have first priority now. And it did look like Igor Sanchez was able to get close enough to the lineup and actually get himself into the area that he assumed second priority during that paddle from Diego Cabrera. And to let you know a little bit more about that and to explain it to the viewers, Manny, I'll just take this opportunity to go into the priority situation just a little bit more. So we're using a priority system, and it allows our riders to take their turns and wait their opportunities. But let's take a look at this. Looks like Diego Cabrera on the left, and he's eyeing up that barrel, gets just under it for a brief moment, and has to dive out. And that is the danger zone right there. Had he ridden it almost any further, it could have spelled disaster for the Canary Islander, who is on fire. So Diego Cabrera choosing to attack that left-hander leaves Igor Sanchez and Roberto Bruno, both of which are paddling for this one. Does look like Roberto up and riding on this right-hander, gets around the section. Not a lot happening. He's going to stall, hope for a lip maneuver. Has to do a flop on the open face there. And now he'll continue on and exit. So out in the back, Manny, is Igor Sanchez. And Igor had a terrific run throughout the trials and is seeing himself here in the first heat of the first round of the main event. And what you were saying earlier, Manny, about the amazing opportunity for the riders out there is that it is limited, and wave selection is very crucial on positioning. And so most of our riders are going to be looking at one direction, especially where they sit. So it's not like you can sit in one spot and pick between the right or the left. It's kind of that you have to make your decision beforehand, assess that area, and then wait for the either rights or lefts to come in your designated area. So we will see a few guys cutting over. You know, Diego on his first attempt did try to take a right from where he's looking at the lefts, but he had to dive out, so you could see that he was not in the right spot. Roberto Bruno making his way back out after that small scoring ride, and Diego Cabrera also not getting a whole lot on that one. He didn't get deep behind the curtain. Judges assessed that as not necessarily a tube ride, but a pocket ride, as it were. So Roberto and Diego still behind Igor Sanchez. Igor Sanchez is going to be holding priority, and off of his quick start, he is in the driver's seat of this first heat of the main event. So terrific opportunity for the trialists to push even further. You know, with a win in this round, as we've explained, that could mean that he could see himself into round 3. So he's already surfed, I think, 3 heats to get to this one. And if he were able to skip a heat, I'm sure he'd be pretty fired up on that opportunity. So, you know, Manny, you did mention that full suit is the attire of choice for our riders in the water. But there's also a guy just hanging out in a full suit, and you can see him on the right of your screen, just behind the little barricade for the competition area. And there's somebody on land who has not gotten wet today who's wearing a full suit. He's got a pair of walking shorts over his full suit. Looks like he's really looking for a post opportunity on Kook Slams or on one of those websites depicting some funny stuff. Maybe Kook of the Day. Does look like Dudu Pedra getting a massive round of applause as he makes his way down. And I know you've been dying to bring this up, Manny, and I've been kind of cutting you off most of the time, just explaining priority and the various things. But what did you wanna say? You know, I could tell that I was kind of hogging the mic, but I'll let you ask that question now.
I just think it's so insane. Go ahead and ask it.
Well, we do have a not only a priority system, but we have audio coming from the beach announcer, Mono, hailing from Arica, living now down in Reñaca. So now we got the graphics up. Let's take a look. Igor Sanchez sitting with that 7. Diego with a 3. Roberto with a 2.25.
All right, looks like we do have Igor Sanchez hiding. Oh, finding a little bit of cover up right there on the right-hander. And he looks like he does come out. Oh, my, a nice roll right there. And he's stoked on that, making sure the judges see that and claiming it. Very strange to see that from Igor Sanchez. I did not expect to see a claim from Igor. He's more low-key and more, you know, just go out and take care of business. So to see him claim it right there, interesting. But
oh, he's pumped, man. That was the ride of the morning.
That was pretty solid right there for the first round, first heat of the main event. Let's take another look.
Check it out. This is the APB replay. He's getting in the tube there, and this wave really shelves off. So he decides instead of going for the barrel, he's going to do a nice big cylindrical roll, even a little bit of spit, and he's so pumped.
You know what? That angle, too, from what you see, the camera has pretty good, but he is down the beach, so he's just making sure he's out in front of the whitewash and looking back to make sure the judges do see this. Oh, my. The Brazilian, Roberto Bruno, dropping in. Little bumpy, regains his rail. Quick little spin, mid-face. Look at this speed right here. Is he going to hit the lip? Is something going to form up for him? Roberto, no. Little check turn off the top. Comes back to the bottom of the wave. And
nice roll on the end. So he was able to get a maneuver on the end of that one. But Yeah, we're starting to see things really heat up, and I'll be impressed with what Diego Cabrera is able to produce in some of the next moments. And boy, good start to this heat, especially for Igor. Let's take a look at Roberto Bruno. Throws a nice little forward there, just biding some time. And now he's going to have to do a little check turn. He's drawn the wrong line to that section. Now he finds this section, nice clean roll, and he's going to be looking for something in the medium range, I'd say. But Igor Sanchez is already getting out the back. We're waiting for scores of Igor, but I'd say it's the ride of the morning. Maybe just in the same neighborhood of a score as Wes Coetzee, who was able to get an amazing invert opportunity that progressed him into the trials. So we are just pumped to be in the first round of the main event. This is awesome. And Igor Sanchez, like you said, Manny, claiming that one. And I think he's just so pumped. He was able to get not only a barrel, but a nice lip maneuver. I think it's going to push him well into the lead and even maybe leave Diego Cabrera in a combination situation. I think Roberto Bruno will be able to avoid that combination situation. 8.25 coming in for Igor Sanchez, and he's up and riding on this one. A nice-looking right-hander. It's stretching out. He's drawing a speed line. Opts to get out of it, as that section did break quite a bit ahead of him. So he's got a 15.25 cumulative now. Graphics are just a little slow to respond. We're still working out the opening transmission bugs. But let's see what Diego does in the next 13 or so minutes in this heat, because right now he's just got that small score, 3 points for the that left-hander that he just barely got a pocket ride on. And so just a lot of awesome action that will be coming to you throughout the day. Diego having a look there, having a paddle, ends up not getting that wave. And it does look like Igor Sanchez is already back out into the lineup after his last ride. And he is in the driver's seat of this heat. He is in control, and he is doing some high-quality stuff. We are really excited to see all of our riders hit the water. Let's take a look at Diego Cabrera on this left. Gets around underneath it, bides some time in the pocket. Another pocket ride for Diego. And Igor Sanchez dipping under this bomb. Nice peak coming in. We are starting to see it with the tide dropping, starting to assemble itself more on one dominant peak now. So maybe as the day goes on, we will be seeing our riders accessing rights and lefts from the same peak position. One thing that we know was affecting the lineup this morning, and especially yesterday, was a strong current ripping through the lineup, ripping from your left to the right. So riders getting pushed off of and sitting wide on the left. After getting stuck in the current, we saw one of the riders just paddling for about 30 minutes without riding a wave. And that was just wild to see. Everyone was pretty concerned. So we see the Aussie Swede Joshua Burgett Kirkman helping out with the posters. There's a bit of a snafu with the event posters that are being handed out to personnel here. He was able to keep them from falling on the ground. He is using his reusable coffee cup, And he's got his red beanie on, just definitely a Blue Star cadet. Loves The Life Aquatic from Wes Anderson. Loves all the films from Wes. And just living the lifestyle of Steve Zissou and the cadets. But let's take a look at Diego. He's up on this screamer of a left. It's stretching out in front of him. We're going to see if he approaches the lip. He ends up diving out the back. Probably a good call. That would have been tricky landing. But had he landed it, he would have washed into the keyhole, which could have been survivable. I'd say a couple meters to the left or to the right would have been dire in its situation. So we're just still waiting for the score graphics to calibrate here in the first heat. We do have terrific matchups coming on throughout round number 1. In the next heat, we're going to see Dudu Pedra from Brazil, Matias Diaz right here from Chile, and Diego Sepulveda, one of the local riders from Chile as well. Terrific matchups. We'll just run through while we wait for more action. Heat number 3 is going to see Ian Camel, Alan Munoz, and Andre Bernardo. Heat 4 is going to see Jacob Romero, Nicholas Chiara, and Wes Coetzee. Heat 5, Tristan Roberts, Antonio Cardoso, and Brahim Deutsch. Heat number 6 is going to see the current points leader on the tour, Jared Houston, take on Puerto Rican PJ Tartak and Matias Miranda, one of the local Flopianos. Heat 7 is going to see myself, Socrates Santana, and Joshua Toledo. Heat 8, Sasha Damjanic, Udi Valadao, and Santiago Sanchez. Santi, of course, getting the wild card here to compete, along with Brahim Deutsch. And let's take a look at this one. Roberto Bruno up on the left, and he's able to squeak under the lip, gets a little bit of a cover up there, ends up getting out of that. That's a good choice. Scary area there. And I've gone through enough of the heats. One you follow us up and go from who we're going to see in Heat 9 through Heat 12, Manny.
Yeah, thanks, Dave, for holding it down. Heat number 9, we have Dino Carmo, who had an incredible showing in Brazil. He did have that focus and is ready to rock and roll here as well at the Arica Chilean Challenge. Miguel Rodriguez. The Peruvians and the Chileans, they're hungry. They frequent this spot quite often, so this is right in their backyard. Miguel Rodriguez definitely one to see too. And David Barbosa showing what he can do in the trials. We got 5 minutes remaining. Heat number 10, Tanner McDaniel, Pierre-Louis Costes, Christian Fernandez. Pierre coming back on the tour after he and his beautiful lady, Ruth, had baby Benjamin a few weeks ago.
Benjamin, so cute.
So that's going to be heat number 10. Waiting patiently for riders to catch waves on the outside. But heat number 11 and main event round number 1, we have Maxime Castillo, the young Frenchman. He is hungry as well. He'll be facing off Eder Luciano, the Brazilian. No stranger to the high skying antics, the Brazilian. Kevin Torres, the Chilean, he is hungry as well. He is looking fierce. I'm telling you, this round number 1 heat draw is pretty amazing. Heat number 12, Alex Uranga, the Spaniard, who is got knocked out pretty
Basqueman.
early. Yeah, the Basqueman. Got knocked out pretty early in Brazil and looking for redemption here in the Arica Chilean Challenge. Patrick Orr from the small island of...
The big island of Hawaii.
From Hawaii, Patrick Orr. Joshua Kirkman. He is making a showing here on the tour this year. I'm pretty excited to see him out here. He was in Brazil with his family and his beautiful lady.
Yeah, he was, and he didn't get the result he was looking for down there. Wasn't able to make it through the trials, but he is pumped to make it through the trials here in Arica and compete at Flopos.
Wow, look at that.
Whoa, one of our riders, it looked like Igor Sanchez, just copping that one on the fin, on the calf. Just broke Give him a little calf massage, I think. But he made it out fine. He's a solid dunker.
Well, I mean, plus he's got a little bit of practice out there. He knows where the waves are going to break, and he barely avoided that. And just he wants to sit a little bit more inside to make sure he can get in that right spot to catch some of the lefts.
Well, he's just owning this heat, Manny. He's in complete control. None of the riders even close to catching one of his scores, and he is just absolutely dominating. And I think it is a lot of the prowess that he has, experience out here, but maybe some of that momentum coming through the trials. We're going to have to keep our eye on this for the statisticians watching from Posto Cinco. I'm talking to you, Steve, and see how many of our trialists push on through and make a big stint right from the word go.
Well, one of the last heats of the trials, the deciding heats, was that first heat of the trials where Igor Sanchez went against fellow Canary Island rider Adam Cabrera. Both of these guys from the Canary Islands love the big stuff. So both of them wanted to progress and get into these main event heats. And unfortunately, Adam wasn't able to pull out of that heat. But there's a group of bodyboarders, the top tier, that they thrive and they excel in these conditions.
Yeah, they do. And it's awesome to see. We're seeing this heat getting real close to winding down. Just about a minute remaining. Apologize, we're still calibrating the graphics. So we will be giving you on-screen information once we are able to give it to you. We might have one of the final flurries of this heat. Diego Cabrera ends up diving out of that one. Does not take it. Boy, that would have been a perfect left-hander. Probably the best one I've seen all day. Just catching Diego about a meter too far inside. And very interesting to see how this heat pans out.
Man, it's massive out there.
Oh, it's solid and it's serious. It's no joke.
We're going to have Bego Martinez. She's going to be interviewing the winners of the heats. Look at this. Nice clean bottom turn around the section. A nice little check turn. Back in the speed pocket. Coming around that weird little section right there. And he punches through the lip. Igor Sanchez still riding this wave. Knowing this could be the last wave for him in this heat. He'll try to ride it all the way through and make his way into the shallows. There's no sandy beach. There's nothing out there. The riders all have to come into the rocks and fight against the waves and just pretty much get handled up onto the rocks, and it's going all the way down the beach. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more action here at the Arica Chilean Challenge.
welcome back to the Arica Chilean Challenge 2017. David Hubbard, joined, of course, by Emmanuel Vargas.
Also known as Manny V.
And we are just getting tripped out from all this intensive action, high-flying, high-scoring. Igor Sanchez putting on an incredible show in that first heat of the first round. And we are just going to continue marching through the first round of the main event. We're into heat number 2, so let's get out into the water.
Wow, straight to the live action. Again, non-elimination round. Round number 1 of the main event. Out in the water, we're going to see Dudu Pedra, Matias Diaz, and Diego Sepulveda. All of these riders are capable of riding the big stuff, but one person in particular, Dudu Pedra from Brazil, loves the heavy, big conditions. And we're going to see him out here facing off with 2 other riders who, again, want to get into that round number 3. We are looking at a non-elimination heat out in the water. And I'm still amazed on how consistent this wave is. It's just mind-boggling.
It's almost even a little bit mind-bottling. It just bottles up your thoughts into just one area, and then you just pop the top, and your mind just explodes.
Look at this, out the back, live action, dropping in on this. Looks like a clean wave lining up for him on the inside, not much on the outside. Using his feet, his fins to slow down, looking for a section, and right there finds a section, not very powerful there, but still able to do something at the very end. Again, the judges are looking for the most critical maneuver and the most critical part of the wave, and that is going to be, the higher scores are going to be done on the outside. Whether it's that big barrel from the takeoff on the left or the right, or a big lip maneuver on the outside before you come on to the inside, on the inside right, and do a big maneuver. The lefts are going to be, I think if you can get a solid left, they're going to be more high scoring. The rights do go a little longer. A couple things though with the right is if you don't get that maneuver straight off the bat or a barrel, you're going to be led into the inside part of it, and that's where you're going to kind of almost have to force a maneuver. But in the case of Wesley, the South African, was able to pull off a big invert on the inside. The timing was perfect. But the only thing about going right all the way down the beach is you have to paddle and use a ton of energy to get back to the main peak. On the other hand, the left, big barrel on the takeoff, possibly a maneuver, puts you into the channel, and you can get right back out there. But you are subject to getting a pounding if those big sets roll through as you're paddling out.
Yeah, so there is risk in both departments there, either direction you go. And especially a high risk and a real low reward if you choose none of those and go straight. So if you opt,
you don't want to do that.
Yeah, if you opt for neither the right or the left and you just go straight, you're probably going to get a low score, probably going to get a terrific beat down and a hard paddle back out. So, you know, one of the sea animals out there, a big seal, was just sitting on the inside taking big ones on the head, but just evading them like just water off a duck's back, really. Just able to swim down and just come back up, and there's so much octopus that the seals just love to eat out here.
Check this out. We do have the winner of the next heat with Begonia downstairs. Bego, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys, and welcome everyone, and good morning everyone back home. We're here with Igor, winner of the first heat of the first round on the main event. Igor, we saw you on the previous heat, the last heat of the trials. You did an amazing battle of 7 points, and now you served pre-classic this heat. What can you tell people about this heat?
Bueno, el primer hit, las condiciones estaban, bueno, fue el primer hit del día, entonces era como el hit de prueba y había que probar con lo que viniera. Las olas estaban difíciles, un poco grandes, entonces había que estar atento al set porque puedes perder mucho tiempo si te coges. Y buscando, tuve suerte, agarré una ola de un tubo, así que me dio una buena puntuación, y otra de un rolo con la que pude ya estar tranquilo y clasificar el main event para ahora seguir con esta parte del evento. Así que contento con el primer hit. Del otro hit también tengo que hablar, ¿no? En la hora del main event, bueno, entré un poco nervioso porque no me avisaron que me tocaba en el primer hit, tenía que esperar hasta el último minuto. Y he entrado bastante apurado, llegué y empezó el hit, entonces estaba un poco como con rabia porque no me esperaron, así que eso me ayudó a poder agarrar las olas y aprovecharlas con un rolo grande, y en medio del hit pude agarrar un buen tubo con un rolo y con eso ya me quedé bastante tranquilo para terminar y pasar el tercer round.
Oh, he was explaining how he surfed on the first heat. He said the first heat was a little bit of a test because it was the first heat of this event. And yeah, he managed to get this barrel, this very nice barrel of 7 points. And in the second heat, the first heat of the main event, he just surfed. He was a little bit uncomfortable because he just got noticed a little bit late. So he was kind of running. But yeah, I mean, he managed to get nice score and pass. En la manga anterior, o sea, en el día anterior te vimos un poco así, estabas un poco como molesto porque las condiciones no estaban muy buenas y estabas como un poco frustrado porque tal vez no ibas a poder surfear como querías demostrar. ¿Qué le puedes contar a la gente?
Bueno, en ese día fue complicado ya que las condiciones eran muy pequeñas, con mucho viento, y era una pena no poder haber pasado un día como hoy, así que fue muy complicado la situación, tuve suerte que pasé, así que ahora contento y a seguir adelante.
I was saying that in the first day of competition, the waves were very small and the different conditions a little bit onshore. And he was a little bit frustrated because he wanted the classic gringo to show himself. And now he's pretty happy. So congratulations, Igor. And we hope to see you back here real soon. Back to you guys.
All right, well, congratulations to the Canary Island rider, now living in Chile, Igor Sanchez, making it into round number 3. Diego Cabrera and Roberto Bruno will go into round number 2 of the main event. Out in the water right now, we do have heat number 2, Dudu Pedra, Matias Diaz, and Diego Sepulveda. If you want to see the scores at the moment, we're getting our graphic system all set up for the next days of action, but you can see the scores live and updated. Just scroll down on apptour.com/live, scroll down and you'll see the board scores and scores there.
And also, while you're on your social media device,
Yes.
stay tuned to Facebook. Maybe like us or share it or Twitter or something. But yeah, let everybody know. Tune in live to the APB tour. And while we're on Facebook and our social medias, Manny's going to post a little shout out saying, "Where you at, brother?" or sister or mother or father or cousin or uncle. And Manny is always so in-depthly interested in the different time zones of the planet. So he'd like to know where you're tuning in from and the time there, because even though I got Manny a world clock recently, he still likes to know what time it is where you are.
I do want to know where you're tuning in from, more importantly, but yeah, let us know where you're tuning in from. This is your way to get here in Arica and in the live broadcast booth with Dub and myself. So posted right now on our APB Tour Facebook page. Where you at?
Where you at, _?
Brother. Wow, look how massive that boat looks, and it's just getting teeter-tottered as the swells roll under it. We still have swell in the water. Yesterday was very, very massive.
So the boats had to pull out of port because it's rocking too heavy and too dangerous for some of those big boats to be close to the port. They had to hit to deeper water. And they're actually situated so they can refract some of the swell coming in. The Port of Arica is sponsoring the event, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're giving specific directions to maritime vessels, maybe not to refract waves, but probably when the fishing boats go out to fish, probably got to make a big wide turn around those big barges out there.
Oh, here we go. We look like, yes, we got Dudu Pedra in the red jersey coming around this section, trying to line something up. Again, this inside section will be the last chance where these riders can take advantage of the rights. And there he is going straight off the top. Big roll. Will he land? Oh, is that an incomplete?
Could be. Out the back, we got another ride scooting around it, but there's a huge ramp coming up if he's able to get with it.
Sweet.
Fun little reverse off the top for Matias Diaz, and could be seeing a paddle battle ensue between Diego and Matias to regain priority.
That was a pretty nice maneuver. I'm digging that. Matias Diaz finding the nice big carving reverse off the top on that right. Again, the riders, if they're not getting that opportunity to get a barrel or maneuver on the outside, they are opting for that inside section, which is starting to line up a little bit cleaner and a little bit more smoother. These are right about now, 10:30 in the morning here in Arica, is when you're going to get probably the optimal conditions right before that that westerly, northwesterly wind rolls in. So right now is the time for most of the riders who will take advantage of these good conditions. Dub, always making me laugh with his facial expressions.
Well, I learned from the best. Manny yourself is who I'm referencing. So we got terrific action, and sometimes you just gotta cut the tension, cut the excitement, a little bit of humor from time to time.
Yeah, I mean, this is for us, it's fun here in the booth, but for some of the riders, I'm not going to mention any names, but they were just watching the Mother Nature this morning with just piercing through the water, trying to figure out if they're going to survive or not.
Yeah, peeps were fearing for sure. That was a solid left. That was another pretty good left just rolling through there. Big old peaks marching in, and what's interesting is some of these peaks are marching in different areas. Some will break out at El Bue, kind of make their way a little bit closer in. Some miss El Bue and wrap a little bit further over. Just tons of interesting opportunities out here, but definitely some beatdowns, definitely some high scores that we're going to see. And how great was that interview with Igor? And he was just so pumped. He's making his home here in Chile now. He's got even a bodyboard shop down there in Reñaca. Just amazing.
Wow, look at that wave just rolling through right there again. We got some pretty good conditions here. And yeah, I mean, go to our APB Tour Facebook page and let us know where you're tuning in from. I'm going to attack that list. Actually, Dub, take it away.
All right, so while we wait for a break in the action, let's check out that where you at area. We do got Jason Riki from Costa Rica, baby. And we got Maurice Gangoy, North County, San Diego. Hugo Matos, great webcast. Cheers from Madeira. Manu Carvalho, he's tuning in from Sintra. Oh, we'll be seeing you in a couple months, Manu. Uri Teixeira in Rio. Oh, he's pumped, and he's playing the U-Riding game because that is one of the U-Riding champions. And, of course, if you're not here to compete at the APB Arica Chilean Challenge, you can actually compete in Cyber World at U-Riding. Get it on your mobile device. Download the journey. All right, we got Jeremy Mahocheka selling some hub boards at the Bodyboard Center. Right on. Mark Eaton from Perth, rooting for Jezza. And again, Bodyboard Center tuning in. David Antonio, he's a Portuguese guy. He's in London. Isaac Offerins from Perth. Mark Reitz from Cape Town. Diogo Neves from Lisbon, Portugal. Check your world clock. Yep, that's what I keep telling Manny. And we got Tomas Agustin Vanoli, Nicosia. Interesting location. Tara Shannon. Hey guys from Melkbos, South Africa. Yes, love it when the Buckies tune in. Marshall Franken from Aruba. Hilda Houston from Cape Town. Yes. She's definitely going to be staying online until heat number 6 comes up. Her son, current points leader on the APB World Tour, will be facing off against PJ Tartak and Matias Miranda. Should be a great one, and we know you'll be staying tuned in for that one, Hilder. Thank you. We got Jesus Gudino from Key Largo, Florida. James Simons from Cape Town. We got Andrew Edwards, also from Cape Town. Art Fisher, Sun Valley, Idaho. Yes. And Matt Taylor, also representing from Albany, West Oz, not Albany, New York. We got Jupiter's Moon, Lysithia. Bernardo Seed getting quite internet feed over there on Jupy's Moon. We got Antonio Figueira, Portuguese in DC. What's up? Jose Miguel Gomez Urbina. Yes, Santiago is working and watching in regards to the DK Masters. Yes, Kokego. All right, let's take a look. Now, we got live action. Up and riding on this one is yellow. Looks like Matias Diaz hoping for something on that left, and it just didn't really provide. Let's go back to the shout-out list. Clint Cooper from Durban. We got Oliver McDonald from Cornwall. Andrew Bittler is from North Carolina. We got Milosh Spacek claiming Boom Manivi. Hakuna Matata Hostel in Jambilgia de Mar, Portugal. Okay. We got Chris Steff. Boom baby boom, Perth baby. We got a lot of Perthians claiming the babies. Okay, hopefully maybe they're new fathers as well. Stephen Polinsky from the UK. Sam from Morocco. Santiago from Chile. Maurice Gangoy. Yes, stoked on the shout out. And yeah, Daniel Kirkman from Forster, Australia, watching the dirty Aussie / Sweden, the red beanie. That's his brother. Daniel tuning in to watch his brother Joshua. Love it. And Ander from Bass County. Sam Brown tuning in from a beautiful island in Hawaii. And that'll do it for now. Of course, we'll be doing Facebook shout-outs intermittently while we have lapses in the action. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in, not only to the live broadcast, but saying hello on the Facebook page. Also, if you get the opportunity, share that link. Get everybody else tuning in. If you have the opportunity, of course, we do have merchandise at apptour.store, I believe. Opportunity to get some sweet swag, APB logo wear, maybe even stuff from this event. We'll see. I'm sure Manny's going to be getting some stuff signed and giving it away on the U-Riding game as some prizes. Usually does that. So U-Riding as well as all the social media around the APB tour. Thanks so much, everybody, for tuning in. And we are just underway now. In heat number 2, 5 minutes remaining now. In round number 1 of the main event, 25-minute heats. Top 2 waves will get you a slot in the overall ranking of the heat. First place moving on into round number 3. Second and third will not be eliminated. They'll move into round number 2. Of course, we will be reseeding again, rounds 2 and 3. So not necessarily guaranteed to match up versus your opponents from previous heats, but it is entirely possible. And big heat coming up next is Ian Campbell, Alan Munoz, and Andre Bernardo from Portugal. That looks to be a cracker of a heat. Ian Campbell, of course, coming off his win here last year, gained a lot of momentum and had his career best finish on the APB World Tour. He not only took a victory here in Arica, but also won in Viana. So took 2 wins last year on his way to a 4th place finish overall. I believe I can be corrected, and Facebook's the place to do that. So Ian Campbell looking to defend his event title, and it does appear that no event on the 2017 APB World Tour has been defended by the reigning champion of the previous year thus far. We had new champions at Pipe, at Tehupo'o, at Brazil. So let's see if we're going to have a reigning champion defend, or if we're going to have a new champion of the Arica Chilean Challenge 2017. Been expectation-filled couple of weeks, as the event did come onto the tour schedule just in the nick of time, squeezing itself in between Brazil and Antofagasta. After this event, of course, we are traveling down a couple hundred kilometers to the city of Antofagasta for the Bodyboard Festival that will be happening there. So this event just sneaking its way into the schedule. Everybody really excited to turn up at what is one of the most notorious events on the APB World Tour. Definitely a place where heroes are cast in the inferno of the smelting pot that is Flopos. That breaks on the southwestern exposed corner of Ex Isla Alacran. Let's take a look. Matias Diaz up and riding on this one. He's stalling. He's eyeing up the section ahead of him, but he's going to have to slow down just a little bit more. He's drawn that line and throws a fancy little lip bash reverse. Tucks a forward on the end of that. So not much time left in this heat. Again, forgive the graphics that are lacking. We will be getting those to you as soon as we possibly can. But we are hoping that they're going to be coming on in one of the next heats. So, yeah, we're just loving the shout-outs. Thanks, everybody.
Oh, I missed it. Did a couple of the regulars show up, like Manu and Sintra and Jason Ricky in Costa Rica? Those guys are animals.
They are awesome subscribers. And you can also subscribe to the website as well as to the YouTube channel and get live updates and alerts when we do go live.
Dub with a little bit of cough. You ready, though? I mean, is it just a cough, or how do you feel? Like, how's your body?
Oh, I feel great.
Yeah.
And as soon as I got to Arica, got just slightly under the weather, and I've still been expelling some of that phlegm over the last couple days. So, yeah, a light cough, light scratch in the throat. As you mentioned, a lot of the personnel and riders here are experiencing a little bit of that. This will not count for the heat. He was up after the horn, so Diego Sepulveda just making his way to the inside, throwing a rollover, and just get steamrolled. But let's take a short commercial break, Manny, and then we can be right back with heat number 3 of the main event.
No one intervened on behalf of... intervened on behalf of... intervened on behalf of...
back, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard, a.k.a. Dub. And we are bringing you the live feed from Arica Chilean Challenge, and it is pumping out there. It is 5, 6, 7, 8 feet waves coming in, and the riders are throwing down. Dub, who's out in the water?
We got Ian Campbell, we got Alan Munoz, as well as, let me see right here, Andre Bernardo. So we got a Nazarene, as well as a South African, and a local Chile boy. Let's get right into the action. We hear screaming behind us.
Let's get out there. Round number 1, non-elimination round here in the main event. And yes, Ian Campbell, a South African, he is always on a run. He had a spectacular showing in 2016 APB World Tour. Alan Munoz, the local legend here in Chile, not only in Arica, but all over the coastline, is one of the most formidable riders here on the tour. We got Andre Bernardo from Portugal. Again, international field of contestants going face to face here in some heavy conditions, and looks like we have a rider up and going. Nice clean bottom turn. Nice clean bottom turn right there, and then in and out. Testing, yes, here we go. Paddling back out. Steve Action Jackson tuning in from Brazil.
Yes, action! Wow, we're missing you here in the booth. We sure would love it if you were, but whoa, let's take a look. We got,
Nice.
that was Alan Munoz. Big invert off the right-hander. Got a little bit of a paddle battle. Andre Bernardo and Alan Munoz giving it a battle to get back out there.
Yeah, pretty epic conditions right now for the competitors. I mean, this is what they live for. I mean, heavy barreling conditions over a reef slab here in Arica. Just throwing down. Flopos, as it's known to the locals here.
Yes.
I see Nicholas Chiara running down the beach.
He's coming up in heat number 4 versus Jacob Romero and Wesley Coetzee.
Oh, that's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I think they're all going to be great ones today. Not only do we have incredible conditions on our hands, but we've got incredible bodyboarding athletes just ready to go berserk, as we have seen happening throughout most of the morning. Just berserko maneuvers, guys just attacking the section and sitting perilously far inside. And let's take a look back on the water to see if we're going to get any takers. Boy, it's just epic.
All right, so we do have some incredible conditions out there, and the scores right now, if you're watching on apbtour.com/live, just scroll down just a little bit. If you're watching on your phone or on your desktop or laptop, scroll down, and that's where you're going to get the live scores at the moment.
And hopefully once we calibrate the system, we're going to be able to bring those to you on screen, as well as the time. Let's take a look here. We've got a taker. Does look like it is Andre Bernardo from Portugal having a look, and gets out.
So we do have some pretty insane action going down throughout the rest of the day. We're going to punch through as many heats as we can. It's all going to depend on that that wind and the conditions that it's going to throw our ways. Around 11:30 clockwork, we get this northwest wind coming in, and it starts blowing things out. But
you know, yesterday we watched the conditions stay pretty crispy all day long. We have seen a few in the history of the event, conditions staying nice, although it is very consistent, the phenomenon that Manny's speaking of, that onshore breeze. It is possible, and that's what we're hoping for. We're hoping to hammer out round number 1 in its entirety, but if the conditions do get a little bit too sloppy, we will be calling it and coming back early tomorrow morning. We got a pretty early start this morning, looking to get even an earlier start tomorrow. So these next 4 days of competition are almost guaranteed to be running every day as long as we possibly can, because we've got the stadium format, and we have probably about 56 or so heats to surf. And so we're just going to get right into it. And over the next 4 days, we hope to bring you one of the best Arica Chilean challenges ever.
One of my favorite things about coming to Arica is this whole area is set up like a stadium itself. I mean, there's a wall set up right on the water's edge, right on the rocks, and some of the water just rushed over yesterday when some of the big waves were rolling through. But, man, it's pretty amazing how close the waves break and how big they are. And then the contestants and the fans that come out in droves to watch this event. And it's just set up amazingly here. Jacob Romero walking down to the water's edge, along with none other than
Wes Coetzee. And let's take a look, live action out the back. We've got Ian Campbell throwing a tail-up roll, and he's going to be working his way to this inside section. He's probably going to try to do even another rolo. So Ian Campbell finally getting on the scoreboard there. And, yeah, like you mentioned, Jacob Romero, one of the crowd favorites. He's been coming here for so long, and everybody remembers that massive T-Rex invert that he pulled. Well, had to bail the maneuver itself, but pulled himself off of probably a 12-foot lip and catapulted himself up and into the sky.
That is probably one of the biggest air maneuvers ever to been attempted. And, I mean, the crowd is getting crazy down here. Somebody's getting hauled away by the popo. But look at this. Another look at Ian Campbell's nice, clean roll right there. Looking for another section on this inside. Can be a little tricky. You can see a little bump right there. And another little roll on the inside. That will definitely help him as far as the second high-scoring wave. Look at this. A left-hander. Look how it's barreling, but coming around the section, looking for that lip. Eyeing off the section, and there it is, a big roll landing, and has to get out of there quickly because the rocks are really, really close to where he's landing and back on the outside.
Andre Bernardo tucking up under it. He's going to get a nice little tube. He's not done yet. He screams towards this next section and just scrams away from that big oncoming section. So,
wow, look at that.
Look at that out the back. That was another amazing left. Looks like the lefts are really starting to turn on, Manny. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, the lefts could be taking advantage of this wind, too. It could be a little side shore opening up those lefts as well. So we may be seeing a little bit more activity on the lefts as far as the riders taking a peek and taking advantage on the hollow barrelness of the lefts here at El Gringo.
Yeah, and historically, some of the bigger scores come from those lefts when riders just get locked in. Let's take a look at Alan on this left. He didn't get locked into the barrel, but he found that section. Nice clean roll. Completed it, and then just had to get out of there. Woo!
So Alan Munoz definitely showing no fear on that left. And you can see the rocks on their inside. That actually extends out a little bit, way far out. And a lot of the riders are landing their maneuvers in, 1 foot, 2 feet of water. Scores are coming in. And again, apbtour.com/live. Scroll down the screen, and that's where you're going to see the live updated scores. And we're going to give you a quick rundown if you are watching on our YouTube channel. But here is what we have right now out in the water.
All right, our heat leader is Ian Campbell on the strength of a 5.25 and a 1. We've got Alan Munoz with a 4-point ride. I think he's actually going to move into first place from his last ride. So it comes in at a 6. So Alan in the lead with a 6 and a 4. Ian now in second, 5.25 and a 1. Andre Bernardo still waiting for his score of that little tubular option that he charged. So he could be making his way into second place on the strength of that last ride. So we could have a complete shuffle. Let's take a look live action. It is Ian Campbell up and riding. Little check turn, burn some speed. Now he's going to be eyeing that section. See how he took off back up into the top of the wave. Nice carving 360 reverse. Re-enters after almost losing it. And so the judges are going to take that into account. Not a limp maneuver, not an air maneuver. Powerful, but just barely was able to get completed. So, Ian Campbell's going to swim back out probably within nanoseconds. He is such a powerful swimmer. Of course, comes from the swimming dynasty. down there in South Africa. His mother runs an amazing swimming company, teaching swimming lessons, and the clever business name's just eluding me right now. It's something just so cute, and I'll remember it for the next heat, I'm sure.
We got a little bit of time left in this 25-minute heat. Again, the riders in round number 1 who win the heat will go straight into round number 3. Second and third will face off against other riders that ended up in second and third. Live action out the back, drop it in, stalling, nice clean scoop under the lip, gets a nice clean barrel, comes out cleanly, and now sizing up. Look at how he maneuvers on the face of the wave. He goes high to get speed, nice roll right there off the whitewash, goes straight into a spin, but to be able to maintain a solid line and on the speed line, which is a little higher on the face of the wave, Alan Munoz negotiating perfectly through that inside section. So solid score right there for Alan Munoz, will be most likely to come down the pipeline.
Yeah, and I think this is really going to be a great opportunity for us to watch the lines that get drawn from some of the best riders in the world. They've got a long right-hander, really stretches out in front of them, so they usually do just really pick their line, sometimes drawing it high, then taking all the speed down, sometimes slow, stalling, then releasing, taking the speed. Just a lot of different approaches to be had, and we're seeing quite a few of them pay dividends, but we do have some exciting news as Bego is down with the winner of the previous heat.
All right, looks like she is getting ready to do that interview. But yes, Dave, what a great lead in. But it looks like they're making sure they're situated downstairs. Waves are going off right now. I can't believe how consistent and incredible this wave is. I mean, you can roll up any day of the week, and it's pretty funny too because it gets crowded, most of the morning, and it looks like they are ready for that interview.
Matias Diaz and Bego. Take it away, Bego.
Thank you very much, guys. We're here with Matias Diaz from Iquique, winner of the last heat. Matias, we saw you surfing to the right. Beautiful classic combo there, and another kind of like off the top reverse. What can you tell people about that heat?
Sí, en verdad tuve al principio una buena ola, una derecha, traté de asegurar con un rolito, un giro y un rolo. Fue una buena combinación, me dieron un 6. Luego traté de esperar una ola buena, pero lamentablemente las condiciones estaban muy difíciles. Logré pescar una buena derecha con un contrarrito arriba, me dieron un 4-5 y bastó para pasar en primero.
Well, he's pretty pleased with what he chose to surf. Pretty classic, and yeah, he's stoked. You came driving all the way from Santiago. We know your father just got surgery, so you want to say some words or, I don't know, just shout out?
Sí, en verdad, nos venimos manejando junto a mi hermano 24 horas en auto para llegar al campeonato. Alcanzamos a llegar justo, ya que mi padre y mi hermano tuvieron una operación, tenía que estar ahí y nada, me gustaría enviarle un saludo a ellos, a mi mamá, a mi papá que me están viendo en la señal en vivo y nada, muchas gracias por soportarnos.
Well, he drove 24 hours to get here with his brother, and yeah, they had surgery, both his father and his brother, so he's just sending great regards to them. So congratulations, Matias, and we hope to see you back here real soon. Back to you guys.
All right, so welcome back, and congratulations to Matias Diaz.
Yeah, Matias Diaz is stoked for sure, and he is amped to be moving on into round number 3. So again, thanks, Bego, for that interview there. While we were in the interview, there was some action out the back. Ian Campbell had a short score. And I think we had another ride from one of the other fellows, but we do have priority sequence. Both of these guys just waiting for the next opportunity to strike. Alan Munoz still holding that lead. And Ian Campbell in second. Looks like Andre Bernardo got a 4.5 for his little pocket ride to bail. So just back on the live scores here. I'll give you a time update. We do have sets approaching. And these lefts are starting to open up a little more regularly. So yes, we do have Alan Munoz still in the lead of this heat. Ian Campbell needs a 7.51 to take the lead. Andre Bernardo, sitting in third, needs an 8.26. So, beautiful Arica, Chile, in the Tarapacá region, northernmost region of Chile. This area specifically borders Peru and Bolivia, and just an intersection of cultures, really, as a lot of Bolivians move down here to Arica to work, as it's got a thriving economy, beautiful coastline, and we're taking full advantage of both of those things here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. We've got a nice wave coming in. It does look like Andre Bernardo is aiming for this right-hander. Live action. He's waiting. Oh, tucks in under that lip section and just gets kind of swallowed up. Does not ride out. So, Andre Bernardo will not be increasing his situation. He will be staying in that third place spot. Ian Campbell still looking for a 7.51 to get ahead of Alan Munoz. Alan Munoz making a terrific showing here, I think, at his first event, 2010 or 11. Really started putting his name on the world scene and was one of the first riders to really represent Chile on the world stage very solidly. And since then, of course, has been followed by a number of very talented Chilean bodyboarders, as we have seen a explosion of popularity in bodyboarding in South America, especially here in the beautiful country of Chile. And we're going to be experiencing some of the amazing riding from the Chileans, not only here, but also at the Festival of Bodyboarding down in Antofagasta, happening in about 1 week's time. So, another big wave looming out the back. Alan Munoz having a look at this left. He takes it, and he's a little bit on the side of that one, ends up just diving out. So, fascinating stuff as we watch this heat continue on through. And we are anticipating awesome action continuing through. All right, so just setting up for the impending carnage.
Oh my, what a beautiful day. Beautiful Chilean, Arica Chilean Challenge Day. Here we are on the second day of competition, and we're rolling through. Got through the trials, saw some of the trialists come in and battle it out already in round number 1 of the main event. And here we are, plugging away in round number 1 out in the water. We have a pretty solid run right now.
Yes, and it does look like Alan Munoz is still leading this heat. Ian Campbell sitting in second spot. Andre Bernardo needing quite a score to get to that first place spot. Of course, non-elimination this round number 1. So second and third will be moving on into round number 2. First place, leapfrogging his way straight into round number 3.
A big shout out to all the Mexican bodyboarders. They just had a massive event in Colima, and they had their bodyboarding events, national selection event, and a bunch of cool familiar faces went down and competed in Colima. Los Mexicanos throwing it down, and the selection has been made. I'll get a list of that for the next day, just so you guys have some insight on hopefully some of the Mexicans that will possibly get on the tour.
Oh, I can't wait, because they're tremendously talented. Ulysses Suarez
Yes.
representing Mexico, unfortunately did pass away. But he was able to do some of the national competitions in the United States. I remember him getting a 10-point ride down in Tijuana at the
Oh, yeah.
Festival de Los Playas de Tijuana.
Yeah, that was pretty fun.
Yeah, that was just an amazing, such a long ride that he got. Almost crossed the border on that ride, because we were surfing just right next to the border there in Tijuana. And he rode one so far down, we thought U.S. Customs was going to whistle him back over. So, interesting stuff about the Mexican selection. Tons of talented riders from Mexico, and we certainly miss Ulysses. So, back to the action in the water. Just a few minutes remaining now. Ian Campbell needing that 7.51. Alan Munoz controlling this heat, and it does look like he's got 1 foot into round number 3, but if Ian Campbell can scrounge a score up off this one, tucks up under it, gets a little barrel, throws a spin, and that's going to be all she wrote, but he's not done yet. Quick little tidy reverse spin. It's not going to be the score he needs, I don't think, but he's racing back out. He's going to get himself back out into the lineup rather quickly. These lefts are becoming more and more accessible. So definitely one of the ways that you can get a couple scores back-to-back quickly is by approaching the left. Does look like Andre Bernardo having a paddle for that one. Doesn't make it onto it, but whoa, that one was a tough one to ride. Alan Munoz still in the lead. Couple more waves coming in. We'll see if he, the heat leader who's sitting with priority, will take another ride before the end of this heat. So we've got day number 1 of the main event underway. This is day 2. We ran trials 2 days ago. Yesterday had to have a day off. And it does look like Andre Bernardo is up after on that one. Gets closed out. The heat comes to an end. And we will take a quick commercial break and be right back with heat number 4 of the main event after this.
The Arica Chilean Challenge is extremely important for the APB.
Oh my! Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching some of the live action here, 6 to 8 foot plus at the Arica Chilean Challenge. Manny V here with David Hubbard, aka Dub, and the action is intense.
It is, so let's just get right back out into the action and see this heat in the water. It is heat number 4, Jacob Romero and Nicholas Chiara and Wes Coetzee.
This is going to be a good one. Jacob Romero. Nicholas Chiara, no stranger. I did notice, though, he was favoring something.
Okay.
He was favoring the lefts in Brazil. Oh my, yes. What did we just get handed here? Ooh. These are empanadas from Eddie? Oh my. All right, Dub, give us the lowdown on these bad boys. I'm going to actually buy it. I'm eating the chicken empanada from Eddie.
Yeah, well, we got a veggie and a chicken empanada right here from the local of Flopos himself, Eddie. So thanks for feeding us here in the booth. And these things are awesome. Man, he's just straight in there. I'm going to save this till after my heat. But thanks so much to Eddie and all the Union Flopos crew keeping us rolling, really greasing the wheels.
Am I allowed to eat on camera? Is that allowed?
No, it's totally allowed.
That thing is delicious. So Eddie and Union Flopos, thanks for holding it down here. I mean, each wave in the world has their crew of locals. And in this case, it's the Union Flopos crew that are holding it down at one of the best bodyboarding waves in Chile. But Chile is just full of incredible waves for bodyboarding. Just hollow, clean, barreling waves, perfect for bodyboarding, high performance bodyboarding that is. But this is one of those premier sites. And the competition here has been held for over 10 years. And you can hear the
A manned drone getting the shot behind us. And I think we did have him on the live screen just a second ago. Let's take a look at this.
live action out the back, up and riding.
And we do have Wes Coetzee. Whoa, the manned drone must be getting a great shot. Whoa, flying right over. Maybe even creating some offshore breezes for our competitors. We'll maybe get you another live shot. Nice little flyby, little round-o on Exisla Lacran.
And it's pretty cool to have the Navy give the last call. Actually, I don't know if it's cool or not, but they do have the last call on whether to be able to run here, depending on the conditions. And they're giving the bodyboarders upper hand because they know that we have the highest caliber of riding showing up here at this wave. So where they would be shutting down the events and surfing events or kneeboarding events, they're giving a green light to the bodyboarders to throw down here at this wave.
Yeah, pretty wicked and radical, and definitely respect being just dished out from all levels of government. And Manny getting multiple bites at the same time, just filling his beak with delicious empanada from the local Eddie. Eddie, one of the hardest chargers Flopos has known, kind of the godfather, really, of the Union Flopos. And Eddie has been instrumental at creating that little edificio over there, that little building. The Union Flopos crew has like a 2-story, like 30 by 10, just a sick setup over there.
Yeah, and I think the city are taking note from what I've heard, and they're going to actually clean up the area just a little bit to preserve some of the old buildings that are here on the island, and possibly construct a permanent building here for the Union Flopos crew.
That'd be awesome to see because Union Flopos take care of the zone. Let's take a look at action out in the water. Looks like Jacob Romero now up and riding. He's got a lot of speed. If he connects with the lip, man, we're going to see a big maneuver.
Oh, my goodness!
Huge air reverse. He hung on to it for a long time, Manny. Not sure if it's totally complete or
It's got to be crucial, though, if you're going to be able to do those big maneuvers. You're going to want to pull them off. That's where you're going to get those big scores coming down on your scorecard. It's really exciting for the fans, but to get those scores, you need to be able to pull off these maneuvers. Look how much speed he has. And right there, perfect timing. Nice, clean reverse, but he just lands.
He stayed alive.
He held on, but wasn't able to ride out in front of the wave. But if he did that, he would end up almost right on the rocks.
Yeah, so, hey, great effort. Jacob's definitely a crowd favorite because of how hard he charges and always throwing the big air moves.
All right, we have the interview ready downstairs with Bego and the winner of the last heat, Alan Munoz. Bego, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. We're here with one of Chile's favorite, Alan Munoz. Alan, we saw a pretty impressive performance out there. 2 very good scores, a 6 and a 6.75. What can you tell the people at home about it?
Yeah, I am very happy. Today is a pumping day. The English is very difficult for me, but I speak in Spanish. Me siento muy feliz de que las cosas se me dieron. La competencia pasada no fue muy buena para mí. Pero bueno, aquí se juega de local, así que me siento un poco más tranquilo por eso. De todas maneras, ayer fue un día con el mar bastante grande y creo que todos los competidores de alguna manera nos sentimos intimidados por el fuerte oleaje que hay. Me tocaba con el campeón de la Arica Chilean Challenge anterior, el cual respeto, y nada, quise ir con todo, así que me resultó y logré sacar el hit adelante.
Well, he's saying that he's very, very happy because the previous competition on Brazil, it wasn't very good for him. And now he's playing the card of local here. And he said like yesterday was a little bit too big, and so everyone was a little bit intimidated. But he's very happy to make it out there. And yeah, so ahora, ¿cuántos años tienes tú compitiendo en este evento? How long have you been competing in this event right here?
Yeah, this is my 10. Bueno, este es mi 10º porque el 2015 tuve una lesión, así que nada, me siento muy feliz de cumplir ese ciclo porque creo que gracias a todas esas participaciones acá he logrado llegar donde estoy y presentarme de esta manera a ese hit.
So there you have it, experience after all, 10 years competing in this event, so he's very happy and he believes that's what has brought him here. So congratulations, Alan, and we're sure we're going to see you back here real soon. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you so much, Bego, for the interview with the always amped Alan Munoz, but such a calm stoke.
Alan Munoz. So Alan Munoz advances on to round number 3, which means that Ian Campbell and Andre Bernardo will go into round number 2 of the main event, where they still have a chance to get into round number 3. Round number 2, an elimination round. That's what you don't. That's where you don't want to end up, is those elimination rounds. Round number 2 is being one of them, but round number 3 is now the place where all these riders in round number 1 want to be. Still, pumping waves coming in here at Flopos on the northern coast of Chile, Arica. And Dub, what's going on?
Off screen, that wave caught Nicholas Chiata inside, and right behind him, that big seal that I was talking about. And it does look like the seal was able to get a much better duck dive. The seal's almost in the same spot that it went under at, but Nicholas Chiata got just steamrolled.
So what do you think's happening with the seal? Is he just checking out the scene, or is he just wanting to have fun with some of the riders?
He might be saying hi, but he's fishing for octopus, bro. I told you. You know what?
That's right. You're right.
Ardiel Jimenez.
Yes, Ardiel Jimenez.
He married
his beautiful wife.
Yes. She captured a picture of the seal mopping an octopus.
Oh.
I think I still have it on my phone.
Here.
Yes, here. So the seal went down, grabbed an octopus from one of the crevices, came up, and flung it into the air. She captured that moment in
No
time,
way.
and it repositioned its teeth on the octopus and was chowing that thing. So that's how I know that's what is
Okay.
one of the things that's possible. And, you know,
So
It
the
can
seal
happen.
probably thought Nicholas Chada was trying to move in on their octopus feeding frenzy.
feeding frenzy. There's the seal. It's in the middle of your
Oh,
screen.
there he is.
It's in the middle of your screen. That's the seal I'm talking about. It's not fictional. Okay. And let's see if it pops up again. I think we're getting the zoom in on the thing. Oh, it evades our sight so cleverly.
Yeah,
And
camera 3 got a good angle on him, but camera 3 is still holding up. Jacob Romero, big air maneuver on his first wave. Now can he put it together and land his big? Look how much speed he has. Clean speed line. There it is. Nice, clean, extended roll. Comes in the inside, and he may cut out unless he does find another section on the inside, but he starts moving away from the judges and the view. So if he did a maneuver under the lip down the beach, the judges may not have seen it and may not score it. So pretty crucial to be able to do those maneuvers in front of the judges so the judges can see and score you properly. Winding down here again, apbtour.com/live. That's where you're going to be able to see the scores at the moment. Scores are coming down. Scores are coming down. Again, apbtour.com/live. Go to that website, scroll down just a little bit, and you'll see the live scores coming down the wire.
And how much time we got in this, Manny?
Well, time is running down at this 25-minute heat.
Looks like 11 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in this heat. In heat number 4 of the first round of the main event. And we are pumped up. Coming up in the next heat, heat number 5, Tristan Roberts, Antonio Cardoso, Brahimi Deutsch. Should be insane.
All right, looks like a couple riders on the outside waiting patiently. Looks like something may be rolling through right here on this on the inside. Looks like, yes, Black taking a look. The South African, Wesley Coetzee.
Kotsia.
Coetzee.
I've been saying it wrong too.
Coetzee.
Kotsia.
He's out there in the black jersey. Nicholas Chiada in the yellow. So really quick, highs and lows so far of your Arica Chilean Challenge journey.
Well, probably the 9th time for me here in Arica. Something around there, 8th or 9th time. And hard to top the final I had with Stuart out here in 2009.
Yeah.
That was definitely one of my career highlights is getting that runner-up position to Mike Stewart. Such a famous and incredible rider who was on a tear and had the, a world championship, world tour victory here. I think it had been several years prior since his last victory. And I'm not sure if he's gotten one since. And so that's a historical moment for me to be a part of. Let's take a look at this.
Wesley, the South African, up and you're riding in the black jersey. Little bumpy, trying to get around that section. This thing's starting to line up a little bit and finds the lip. Big invert right there. Lands it and pulls out in front of the whitewash. So waited patiently and was able to pull off. Look at this out the back in the yellow jersey. Nicholas Chiada from Argentina.
Oh, he's trying to make it around the section. Big oncoming section. Whoa, and he's locked in. Is he pulling into that, Manny? Wow.
I
Looks
think
like
I
he survived it. He escaped. He definitely rode out of that. I'm watching off screen. I can tell you he did ride out of that.
All right, these 3-man heats of round number 1, non-elimination round. You're going down right now here at the Arica Chilean Challenge, day number 2 of competition. Jacob Romero leading the charge. 8 minutes and 53 seconds remaining in this heat. Nicholas Chiara finding a little pocket ride on that last wave. He needs a 4.76 to get in that first place position, but Wesley's last wave with that big invert, he definitely will help him in his quest for that first place spot and a chance to just bypass round number 2 and go into round number 3. The South African, Argentinian, and the Hawaiian waited patiently. Look at that, paddling up and over Jacob Romero.
Yeah, it is still just solid out there as these riders are doing their best to make some scores happen. And not much longer left in this one. Who's in the lead? Jacob Romero is leading this one with a pair of 4s. Still waiting for scores. Last of yellow and black. So we could have a situation change as we look to hear these scores as they make their way down the pike. But we've had a great morning thus far. We're going to be moving on into heat number 5 here in under about 8 minutes. We do have just over 7 minutes remaining in this one. It's a great multinational battle. The Argentinian does scoot up into the lead. 4.75 for his last ride. He's tied with Jacob Romero, but has the higher single wave score. Thusly, he's in the lead. Wes Coetzee needs only a 2.51 to move into the lead with just about a few moments left. Let's take a look at Jacob Romero. He's flying down the face of this one. He's going to make it up into that lip. Big flip. Pulls it off clean. Jacob Romero with one of the maneuvers of the day. He's even going to find another section. But Wes Coetzee at the back. Live action. Wes also has a big section ahead of him. And it just goes a little bit too far. So Jacob Romero will now move into the lead of this heat.
That
Pressure.
was incredible. The crowd was just cheering as Jacob Romero, actually they were all holding their breath as Jacob Romero was running down the speed line, and he delivered a big backflip at that end bowl section and was able to pull it off. His legs were flinging everywhere to make sure he landed safely and pulled it around and ended that wave with a nice roll. So a solid score right there for the one and only Jacob Romero.
Yeah, here's the replay. Jacob Romero is flying, finds his way up to that section. Nice flip. Kicks his legs out beautifully. 8.25 coming in for Jacob Romero. I think it definitely helped that he got this Rolo off right afterwards. Nice score for Jacob. Excuse me, he's definitely charging hard in this heat.
So Jacob getting a pretty good score right now, coming in at an 8.25, solidifying that first place spot. 5 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. So Jacob holding steady with that big backflip. The judges love that.
Yeah, that was awesome. You know, Jacob, went for that big air reverse early on in the heat. Wasn't quite able to hang on throughout that intense explosion. But for him to get that big flip and land it clean is more along the lines of what Jacob and all his fans across the world were hoping to see.
We are under the 5 minute mark here in heat number 4, round number 1. Look at this, live action out the back. Nicholas Chiara on a right-hander, hanging up really high to make sure he gets that speed line as he drops in. Ton of speed, looking for a lip section, and he goes for an invert right there. Gets thrown out the back, cannot get in front of that wave. Unfortunately, an unsuccessful invert attempt from Nicholas Chiara.
But great effort charging it. Nicholas Chiara, not one to hold back, got a perfect 10-point ride at the final event on the 2016 World Tour in Fronton. Probably one of the waves of the event. So he definitely has the skills, and he puts it on the line quite regularly. Back to live action.
All right, taking a look at this one, dropping in. It looks like Wesley, the South African, dropping in. Holding that speed line high and tight. Trying to figure out when to let go, when to release, and maintain all that speed. And there it is. Goes for another invert. Not as clean as his invert earlier today. And I don't know if he pulled that off either. So Wesley holding steady, trying to make something happen right now. But it's Jacob Romero who's in first place, 3 minutes remaining, all by himself on the outside. Definitely will hold on to that spot. Look at this wave coming in out the back. The right seems to be working really good right now. Again, a solid waves coming in here at El Gringo.
Manny's thinking about posting a pic live to the Facebook page about what we do here in the booth as we prepare. Well, some of us prepare for heats. And Manny just loving my get-up right now as I'm partway into my wetsuit while talking through this amazing heat in the water.
So this would be a perfect image to put up right now. Dub's getting ready for his heat. And at the same time, I want to know where you're tuning in from as Dub's getting ready. So I'm posting that photo. But first, look at this. Jacob Romero holding his breath. Everybody's holding their breath on the shore, waiting for him to line up this section. As you can see, he's waiting, releases his rail, has a ton of speed, finds a section, and kicks out of there. Not much there for J-Rom as he kicks out of there. So I want to know right now, APB Tour, I'm posting where you at, along with Dub's changing photo. He's getting ready to go out in his heat, which will be heat number 7 against Socrates Santana and Joshua Toledo. So have a look at Dub, comment, but also let me know where you're tuning in from, where you at.
And maybe even mention who you want to see jump into the booth with Manny when I got to go surf these heats.
There you go. That'd be perfect.
We're going to have a special guest coming in next, Jose Luis from Peru. Also, might even be able to get Tanner in here, Tanner McDaniel for a heat, and the very, very famous Wilder Schultz also on tap to get lined up. We got Jorge Carlos Laranja, the Union Flapos, also possibly coming in for heat number 8. So that's the lineup right now in the booth. But if you've got special guests that you want to see, mention them when you do the shout-out thing.
There you go. Perfect. So let's see if anybody's, I know you ran down a pretty massive list. Once again, welcome everybody. 2017 Arica Chilean Challenge. This wave never disappoints, always delivering some big, intense waves. And look at this, out the back, yellow. It is Nicolas Chiara, the Argentinian. Again, holding that high line, trying to set up for this section. Again, staying really high, trying to figure out what to do with his speed when he drops in. And not much there for Nicolas. That is the end of the road for Nicolas Chiara. And it looks like Dub is going to be getting ready for his heat.
Yeah, so we're going to take a short commercial break. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
Ponte tu nombre. Welcome, everybody. We got the live feed. Welcome back to the 2017 Arica Chilean Challenge. With me now is Jose Urgente.
Ugarte, yeah.
I knew I was
No
going to mess
worries.
that one up. But he's from just on the other side of the border in Lima, Peru. A lot of Peruvians competing here.
Yeah.
So it's great to have one of the locals here from the backyard of Arica to sit
Thank you.
down and give us the info.
Yeah.
¿Cuál olas, which waves do you have in Peru to train for something like this?
Oh, for something like this, we have right here next to the border of Chile and Peru, we have Hilo and Tacna. It's a reefy zone, like really pretty much like this, you know, like
Okay.
not that strong probably, but yeah, there are good waves to ride,
Okay.
to train for this.
Well, gracias, Jose. Let's
All right.
get out into the action.
Let's do it.
Heat number 5, round number 1. Out in the water, we got Tristan Roberts actually up and riding from South Africa. Looking for that speed line and finds it. Trying to look for that inside section. Sometimes it'll just get away from you if you come all the way to the inside. Were you able to get some waves?
No,
the
I
last
don't
few
think
days?
so. I will just be able to do some spins over there.
So tell me, give some people a background on you.
Oh well, yeah. I got like around 27 years riding. 27 years riding, loving bodyboarding. You know, I started like at the age of 14. Yeah, I'm like did a little bit of the tour like 10 years ago or so, and now I wanted to come back to try again. Like I proposed myself like to do it like 3 more years, so I'm on it, you know, and training for it, and then just with a lot of faith and see what's up, you know.
Give us some names of some of the Peruvian bodyboarders.
Oh, the Peruvian bodyboarders, the ones that are representing here, like Jorge Saavedra, who had earlier years had good results here. Like he's a charger. Johnny Aguirre also, he's riding really good lately. And Miguel Rodriguez, that is already in the top 20, I think, last year's ranking. Yeah, and now Augusto Francia, there is a new kid, new blood riding on the event. You
Nice.
know, that is just passed 1 heat and he's doing great.
All right, so we are in the main events. If you're just tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, Manny V here with Jose from Peru. And it's great. We're going to be bringing in some riders just to showcase the
Sure.
international contingent that we have here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. A lot of South Americans and also a lot of foreigners coming in from all different continents from around the world. But the water temperature here, is it different from Peru?
Yeah, well, actually, right here, because it's next to the border, like in the border in Tacna, is really pretty much like this, you know.
Okay.
And in Lima, a bit warmer, but it's about the same.
Okay. And what about the food? I know the food is
Oh,
delicious.
the food is the best, man. Yeah, it's fashion now in the whole world, you know. So yeah, to anybody, you know, who wants to visit my country, Peru, I will recommend to try every single plate that we have, you know, because we have tons of plates, you know, different ones and with all kind of meats. Wow, the rider.
This is the Moroccan Brahima Douche.
Ibrahim,
Pulling it.
whoa,
Come
nice
on,
barrel.
So
Came out, it's making sure he's past the heat. He got a good base wave.
yeah, that was a great way
Right
to start
on.
off his heat. So Brahima Douche from Morocco making an appearance here. We missed him in Brazil, but he's
Yeah.
well known from last year's
Yes,
incredible
remember that.
Tahiti
The
invert.
sickest invert I ever seen, man.
Yeah, that was
was
massive. So
Amazing.
Raheem is here now at the Arica Chilean Challenge and finding some barrel time here on one of his first waves. 25-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored. One rider will go into the one with the highest scores. Will go into round number 3, and round number 2, you're going to see second and third place battling it out for one last chance. Up and riding. It looks like Antonio Cardoso from Portugal, up and riding. Nice clean bottom turn, goes into reverse, regains his edge. Now coming off the bottom, big roll right there. Didn't have much projection to be able to, or have the potential for a big projection to go for those big backflip maneuvers or flip maneuvers, but a good clean,
Yeah, good wave.
good clean couple of maneuvers right there for
And
Antonio
it comes,
Cardoso.
I think somebody else.
Oh, we
it's
just
the-
zoomed by Tristan. There he is.
That's Tristan, right? No,
Yeah,
not too much.
Tristan. That's 2 waves in a row where he rode all the way down the beach and not much fared for him, so he's going to head back out. So tell me about the cuisine, because I like to eat.
The cuisine, wow,
In
it's the
Peru.
best, my friend. you just can cross the border from here, from Arica, and get the best ceviche you ever had.
So they're good with the seafood.
Oh yes, with seafood and also with boiled food. You know,
The what food?
boiled like on the
Soups?
pot, comida de olla.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like estofado, seco de cordero.
Oh my
Like
goodness.
also lomo saltado is really good there. Like it's meat, it's beef. It's really
Yeah.
good, man.
What's your favorite food when you come into Chile? What do you like to eat?
Oh, here the empanadas.
Yes.
The empanada de machas when I found them. Otherwise, the jaiba empanadas.
Okay.
The ones that Eddie makes.
Yes, Eddie actually
know.
delivered a couple.
All right,
empanadas.
man.
Yeah. I didn't waste any time. I ate mine
Yeah,
just like that.
I saw the bag empty already. Huh?
Oh, yeah, no, anytime he rolls up, if he rolls up with 100 or 200 empanadas, they're gonna be gone.
Yeah, gone in 15 minutes.
Yeah. So the food is delicious. What other waves do you ride aside from this when you come to Chile?
Well, in this in Chile, well, we got the Rancio close to it here, and another slab like it's going off lately, Licera. I just ride it once, and
yeah.
it's pretty heavy wave. Now I guess it's gonna start being ridden like the next few days.
All right. So yes, we do have somebody up and riding right now, coming around this
Ibrahim.
left big section right here. Ibrahim. Oh! You saw
he
the lip
pop out?
crash down,
Wow.
and just enough to hit his fins or his legs, and just send them around and just
Ouch,
totally
yeah.
annihilate Ibrahim. But he's okay.
Looks like he's
Grabbing his
fine.
board and heading back down. So we do have the winner of the last heat right now downstairs with Bego. Bego, where you at?
Thank you very much, Manny. We're here with Jacob Romero. Oh my God, Jacob! Every time you come here, you put a show on. What's the deal with you and that ride?
Yeah, if it's big, I like the thing big, so you get big ramps like that. So I don't know. Whenever it's this size, I like it this size. Smaller kind, and it's just like battling pretty hard. But yeah, so stoked that the waves got big and we got to surf today. Stoked.
Did you know that you got a 4.25 for that reverse attempt? That was pretty good. The judges like to see that kind of things, that kind of maneuvers, radical maneuvers out there. So you didn't land it properly, but you got a pretty good score, and then you got an 8.75 for the first backflip in this day. So how does that feel?
It feels good to go in the air, get some good sections, and that air reverse I knew was gonna come, and I seen it coming, so I was like, oh, it's time to hit it. And then my rotation was good, and when I landed soft, and I saw the light, so I was kind of like, yeah, I'm coming out. And then the white watches and run, and I was like, oh, and then they gave me a 4.25, and I was like, yeah.
Well, you're super stoked, and I mean, you deserve it. So congratulations. You want to say hi to someone back home?
Aloha to my family, my wife, my friends all over the world. Thanks for supporting the APB, and yeah, I love all you guys. Chee!
Excellent. Congratulations, and back to you, Manny.
Super happy.
I'm pointing over here because this is the screen we got. But Jacob Romero, super pumped. Manny V and Jose, we are bringing you the live feed again from the Arica Chilean Challenge. Out in the water, round number 1 of the main event. Let's get out there. Out in the water, heat number 5 is Tristan Roberts, Antonio Cardoso, and Brahim Idosh. And again, your scores right now, you can take a look at them if you go to APB Tour/live, and you can go scroll down and you'll see them there. This is Antonio Cardoso's last wave, but that one pretty much just got away from him. Nothing was there for Antonio. But quick rundown if you're not on our APBtour.com/live website. Brahim Idosh.
Brahim.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Up and
Tristan.
riding. Tristan Roberts.
Small one, and it's not able to understand.
So that's the third wave right now for Tristan Roberts. Not getting the
right.
high scoring waves. Right now, a 1.5, 1.0, not much there. But the cool thing about round number 1, non-elimination. So
That's
you will
right.
see the
You
riders
got another
once
chance.
again. You're with the riders down there. What is everybody saying about the stadium format?
Oh, someone's like it. A few ones don't like it. You know, they're more used to competing in the countries like the 4-hit format event. So yeah, but I personally I think it's fine. You know, to do this. Like it makes it more interesting and gives you another chance to make it. You know.
Yeah, so if you make it to the main event, you get another chance. If you
That's
don't make it
right.
out of this round, and we also have round number 4 in the stadium format, where it is another non-elimination round, which is pretty cool too.
Yeah, definitely.
So right now we have out in the water, 14 minutes 22 seconds remaining.
So Ibrahim has the highest score now, right?
Yes.
7.5.
Brahimi Idosh with that 7.5 barrel ride.
That's right.
On the left, one of the few riders who are trying to make something happen on the lefts. And right now, I said it about an hour ago, but is the perfect conditions where it's glassy, but it can
There he
turn in a
goes.
second. Up and riding, Tristan Roberts. Can he
Tristan.
make something happen here? Or is he going to have another right and let it go away? The section
He's
coming
around.
up. Oh, and he went around it. Another one.
No,
But
he's
wait a
gonna hit it.
second. Here we go.
Boom!
Oh!
Nice roll.
An extended roll right there from
Let's
Tristan
see.
Roberts, but could
Looks
not
like
pull it off.
He didn't land it.
You have a better
very
angle.
close, yeah.
Did he land it?
No, he didn't land it.
All right.
It was really close, but yeah, didn't land it.
So Tristan Roberts not having the best heat right now with 13 minutes remaining, but anything can change. A lot of
Yeah.
time. But the only problem when you go right and you catch it all the way down, you have to waste time and energy
That's right. That's
to
right.
come back to the peak.
And still some big sets, man, coming out. So it's kind of hard pulling out.
Oh my gosh! And you don't want to get caught inside.
Oh
here
yeah,
at
no
this
way.
wave either. Woo! It's a big one.
Oh, big set coming out.
Look at that, just big. So how often do the Peruvians come and practice?
All the time, all the time. We always come here because it's so close. You know, it's like the same time going to the north of Peru. We come to the south of Peru and then just cross the border, and we're here in Arica in the South American pipeline.
Yes, exactly. Do
Yeah,
you have
man.
any Chileans that come to Peru?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, we get together all the time. They also all have a good time in Peru. You know,
Yep.
some good food over there, some party too, and some waves. You know, they love to go in the summertime. over
Yep.
there. Yeah.
What about my DK brothers?
Oh, your DK brothers all ask for you, man. They all want you to go there to visit us again, like you did like in '92.
Yeah, that was.
We were stoked with your visit, man.
I was stoked. We served Miraflores, pulpos.
Pulpos, yes.
Pulpo was fun. That's when we had the No Friends crew come with, I think, Pat Codwell, Kyle
Pat
Allegro, Ross
Caldwell.
McBride.
That's right.
Yeah,
The
we got
Tubes team, right?
Yes, the Tubes team. We got to hang out with Boris Salas.
That's right.
How is Boris? Where's he doing?
He's living in the north of Peru. He's doing very well and riding
you know what?
always.
I see videos of Boris in this perfect left-hand wave, and I think when I first see it, I think it's Indonesia.
Oh yeah.
This
yeah.
wave is perfect.
Some secret Yugos we have over there.
Okay, I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna say anymore. But you do know it's in the north of Peru, so there you have it.
Yeah.
But no, Peru and Chile just tons and tons of waves.
It's
down in this area.
We have all year round waves. So yeah, in every season, every month we have waves always pumping. You will never arrive in these countries and not having waves. Even if you come for a week, you will have waves every day.
Well, why don't I throw this out there? Why isn't there an APB World Tour in Peru?
We did, remember, like from the Peruvian Inca Challenge. Oh,
that's right. You're right. I wasn't able to get there, but look at
that
this
was a
nice
barrel.
clean check turn. And then coming to
I
the
know. He's
inside,
gonna
not
hit
much there. Is he going to hit it? Yes, he goes
Yeah,
for a roll right there.
Nice
Antonio
roll. Let's see.
Cardoso. That is definitely going to help him because right now he's sitting on a 6-point
yeah,
right.
he couldn't finish it, but it was nice. It was nice to see.
Yeah, Antonio's sitting on a 6.0. That is going to be his second high scoring wave, so that's definitely going to help him.
Yeah. So we made that event in 2009 to 2011. It was in Pro division, and in 2010 till 2013 in DK division. And it was pretty cool. We had big Chilka, and 2009 like 5-meter waves like in the trials. You know, like, it was amazing. You know, and the jet ski broke and everything was like really crazy, man. So I was really worried about something happening to our friends, competitors, you know.
Do they still keep the contest rolling?
Yes, yes.
Oh my goodness.
They are just led by Dudu. So they say, you gotta ride it, you know. So
if people want to see some videos or photos from that event, can they find them online?
Yeah, for sure. Peruvian Inca Challenge, 2009 till 2012.
Okay. You know what we haven't talked about much was board choice. What are the boards that the riders are choosing to ride? More flex, 2 stringers, 1 stringer?
Normally 1 stringer and mesh,
Okay.
or 1 stringer and skin tech. That is like the mesh, but on the top, you know. Yeah, normally that because the water is cold, still cold, you know. And people is not so used to the PE yet over there,
Yeah.
because it's too flexible and then it ruins like a little bit faster.
Yep.
So yeah, they're ready to buy the PP course.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are these products available? Can
Always, yes,
Yeah.
of course, yeah. We plenty brands over there. Like we all even have a Peruvian brand over there, like Independent Bodyboards that is like have
Cool.
14 years on the market. So
Nice.
yeah, I got good boards there too.
All right, cool. So there's no shortage of quality boards to be had in Peru. And oh my goodness.
Oh yeah.
As you're looking at the naval helicopters swinging by for a flyby, we have some giant sets, giant waves coming in out the back. I think some of the riders, look at these monsters coming in. Oh my, is anybody
Big
going to be in
waves.
position? These are pretty
Amazing.
solid.
This spot's amazing.
This is probably one of the biggest sets I've seen rolling through. This is
Oh, and
easily-
somebody wants to go on the left.
somebody's taking a
Ooh,
look.
no
Pull it
way.
back. Look how big that is right there. Oh my goodness. I think I entered the drop knee event maybe a year or 2 ago, and I got to the bottom and it threw out my back. And I stopped.
No,
Like, you know what?
how?
Maybe I
No
should
way.
stretch and prepare myself instead of trying to think I'm 15 years old again.
Let me guess, it was in Cabo San Lucas?
Yeah, me?
You're
No, here.
Oh, here?
Yeah.
Oh, no way.
I entered the drop knee event, and one of the locals beat me, and now I have to live with that.
Come on.
No, but it was all good. The water was cold. I wasn't ready, and
Yeah.
I thought I was badass, but I just pretty much got my ass handed to me. So coming up next, we have a pretty solid heat with Jared Houston, PJ Tartak, and Matias Miranda. So that's coming up next in heat number 6. I think we have Tanner McDaniel going to come into the commentator's booth. There he is. I see him through the window. But Tanner McDaniel is going to be coming in and helping commentate heat number 6. But Jose, we got a little bit of time rolling through right here. Do you have any words you want to say en español si quieres?
Ah, toda la gente de Perú, un saludo grande. Aquí está la selección representando. All right. Tristan Roberts.
All right, Tristan Roberts,
see.
can he get something? Oh!
Oh, it's a 70s air.
Unfortunately, Tristan is not having the heat he's, wishing for right now. 7 minutes,
Yeah,
still a lot of
I know.
time to change it around, but Tristan Roberts,
He had another chance, so
Yeah.
it's a non-elimination heat. That's the good thing of this.
yeah, that's the
know,
beauty of the
so, yeah.
non-elimination round. But
So less stressy to surf,
but when
the
you come
heats.
out of a heat like this, it kind of messes with your mind a little bit. You can come back and say, okay, let's start
Yeah,
over,
yeah.
or it can do the opposite. Say, dang, what happened? I don't know.
Yeah, you gotta take the good of the bad, the
Yeah.
good stuff of the bad situations,
Yeah.
and recover, for sure.
All right, what were you saying in Spanish?
Oh, ya, que muchos saludos a toda la gente de Perú y que acá estamos en Arica, en Chile, representando a la selección, a la camiseta, y ahí está todavía Miguelito Rodríguez, que la va a romper seguramente. El hit, me parece que es el hit número, acá lo veo, el hit número 9, Miguel Rodríguez, ok, así que todos atentos y a darle con todo, todas las vibras.
All right, there you go. Pretty much in English, he says the Peruvian rider Miguel Rodriguez is coming up in heat number 9, and that's going to be fun to watch. Out the back, we have up and riding in yellow.
Cardoso.
Antonio Cardoso, nice, clean, conservative spin. Comes off the bottom, big section lining up for him. Nice roll, lands
making some
perfectly.
points.
And trying to find another maneuver.
He did everything.
And does a nice
I know.
reverse. So I think we have... I think. What? Can you say that again? All right. Well, he's gonna try to say, talking in my ear one more time. Tell me what's coming up next. But I'll tell you what, that was a pretty solid wave from Antonio Cardoso.
Yeah, he's gonna get some points there.
So Antonio Cardoso was able to get a spin in the beginning, a roll, and a reverse.
And a reverse. A classic wave.
But the reverse wasn't completed at the end. But
Yeah.
still attempt. Here we go. Tristan Roberts. Will he end this heat on a good note? Right here, again, hanging really high on the wave, waiting for the speed. releases, and then it comes around this section again. A little frustrated. Tristan's just, that wave's just going away. So, you know what? Again, there's one of the...
Cardoso got first now. So it changed situation, eh?
All right.
Cardoso got first with the last wave of 5 points. So he's making it to straight to the...
round number 3.
Round number 3.
Well, not so quick because there's still time left.
Oh, yeah. I know, yeah.
Yeah,
that's
Brahim
right.
still has some time. Brahim has 4 minutes.
Oh, we have still
to
4
get
minutes,
back
yeah.
into that first
Brahim
place
can
spot.
do it for sure.
Antonio Cardoso, 6.0, 5.0. Brahim is in second place. He only needs a 3.51 to get into that first place spot. Tristan, you know what? Still possible. He needs a 7.36 for second and a 9.26 for first. But you know what? I think if I was Tristan, I would just get out there. You know, don't get hurt because you can get hurt out
you
here.
can get hurt. That's
just
right.
Be patient and ride this heat out for the next 3 minutes. He may have even paddled in. I don't know. He's making his way back out into the channel. But it looks like Red is taking a look down the beach. No, and he's not going to go. But
talking about being hurt here, like I tell you my experience. Like I got hurt here, like really bad. I broke my head here, like almost like more than 15 years ago, and it kind of like create some like trauma in me. Like I was always afraid, still afraid of this wave, like everybody, you know. But like now I'm getting more into it, and I hope to do better because it's intimidating wave, you know.
What happened on your wave?
Yesterday I went over the falls in this late drop. I almost get. I was losing my sight. So there's one guy. Ibrahim. Making the barrel. Oh yeah, he doesn't need too much to make it. So let's see. Maybe he's gonna hit it.
No.
Maybe he's gonna do the Tamega thing.
All right, we're gonna bring every time we come to this. Every time we come to this wave, there's one name that comes up every time somebody takes off on a big left, and it's Guillermo Tamega. Guillermo Tamega. We should pull that highlight clip just so everybody knows what we're talking about. But Guillermo Tamega is one of those few riders that has actually caught a wave at the peak, went across the channel, and performed a maneuver on a big sized wave right in front of the rocks, a big roll. So
yeah, but you know what? I remember that time watching from here, from the beach, and then I saw Tamega. His first waves were really bad, and then he recovered with a big barrel, and then the next wave did the barrel, and saw the public, saw the people in the shore, and everybody was telling with their minds, "Go for it!" And then he looked at us, and then he went for the freaking roller, man, and. Oh man, that was quarterfinals, and I think that he already won the competition in quarterfinals.
No, with that wave alone, he pretty much solidified him in the history books here at the Arica Chilean Challenge.
Amazing.
If you have a chance, just Google search or find it on YouTube, or maybe even on the APB Tour website, Guillermo Tamega, Rolo, Arica Chilean Challenge.
That's
and you're gonna flip your mind. It was amazing.
They might change the name of the Tortuga Rock for Tamega Rock, huh?
Ooh, they did.
You never know.
They should. They should. I knew it was called Tomate Rock because Tomate got dragged up on it, but not for an opposite reason. But yeah, that's pretty treacherous. Just on the other side of the keyhole, the other side of the channel. But look at these waves still coming in.
It's pumping, man.
It's
all
going
the time.
off here.
It's always pumping here, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again. Jose and Manny V here giving you the live feed. Round number 1, heat number 5 is in the water, coming down to the last minute, 40 seconds remaining here. But Brahim going back into that first place spot. And up and riding. We have Tristan Roberts in and out. Tristan's having a horrible heat. Yeah. He's going to have to figure out what to do to get that momentum going for round number 2, because round number 2, elimination round, yeah. All right, so Brahim looking very comfortable. Antonio and Tristan looks like they will be going into round number 2. Tristan and Antonio.
So Brahim made it back to the first place, right?
Yep, Brahim with his last wave was able to get back into that first place spot.
Oh, 6 points for his last wave, right on. Yeah, it was a barrel, a nice barrel. So yeah. Right on. Yeah, like you said, he recovered his score. So
Yeah, so
right on.
Rahimidosh will be interviewed with Begonia Martinez. But that's it, Jose. Thank you very
Right
much.
on, man. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll see you downstairs. We'll be back right after this for the heat number 6, round number 1 main event. Sí. ¿Cómo te llamo?
Jorge Le.
Gentlemen, my name is Manny V, and in the booth with me is the one and only Presidente.
President.
The president of Union Flopos. It's the bodyboarding club here on the island, here in Arica. And he goes by...
Hi, hola.
Naranjo, pero tu nombre?
Jorge Lecaros.
Jorge Lecaros. So, give us the insight about Union Flopos. ¿Qué es? What is it?
Where is the local club now? We have 2 years working now, and now we are really happy to have them again here in Arica.
All right. Well, he delivered some delicious empanadas from Eddie, one of the guys in the crew. So, Eddie, thank you. That was delicious. I've been wanting one since I got here. But what are some of the things that the club does for everybody around here?
Well, now is trying to get some really good support the riders, do that, and try to get a good kind of contest then when the Arica Chilean Challenge go, so we can get some more sport for the kids and support our riders. We want to get some riders in the World Tour, you know. That's our goal.
Awesome. All right. So a couple of the names. I know you have a lot of good riders, but a couple of the top riders.
Bueno, now we have Diego Sepúlveda, is one of the top of riders. Now surfing in, I think in the second known elimination, maybe.
Yep.
And that's like a more strong card, you know. And Kevin Torres too is, you know him, is like doing a great job. He go to Brazil too, so was our 2 wheel cars from the club. Cool. So they are like our more strong riders now.
So Kevin Torres, definitely someone to keep an eye on. You've seen him in Brazil, and he's going to be coming up next, I believe, in heat number 11.
Yeah.
He'll be facing off Maxime Castillo and Eder Luciano in that heat. So round number 1, out on the water. Let's take a look what we got going on in the ocean right now. We have Jared Houston, PJ Tartak, and Matias Miranda.
Matias Miranda is from here, he's a local. He's our secretary of the club.
Oh, perfect. So what can we expect from him out in these conditions?
Well, in these conditions, we can expect that they win, for sure. The boys are practicing in all conditions, but this is like more comfortable for him, for all the locals. So we hope that they win, for sure.
All right, so far only one wave looked at right now, and it was from Matias Miranda. And Matias grabbing the first wave. He's going to be out there in the black jersey. Jared Houston, former world champion, in the red jersey. PJ Tartak from Puerto Rico will be in the yellow jersey. You've been down on the beach talking to a lot of the riders. What are they saying about the conditions today?
Well, the conditions is like we expected. Like for sure is not the best, because we hope that surfing with I think almost 10 feet is like the perfect condition from this wave. But it's still good, It's still good because CLF.
Jared Houston, live action. Nice
Well,
clean barrel and gets out of there just in time.
That's the best explanation. You see that because you can have no normal waves, no good, but in the middle you have perfect ones. So you have be a lot of focus and know how to choose the right wave. No, that's it.
And because of the swell that is coming here right now, give us a little insight on what this wave can deliver on the lefts and on the rights.
Whoa.
Jared Houston.
Well, I see the replay. Oh, perfect, Jared. Well, for real, more small swell, you can expect really perfect lefts. That's the most regular, and one of the riders want to catch, because you can get sure for good scores with that.
So
But the right, you don't have to get no see that, because the right can do really scores too. And I don't know, it's difficult here. It's like we talk about the locals in the morning and say that in these conditions it's some like a beach break, but in the rocks,
Yeah.
because have the conditions for of a beach break, but still rock, because like a beach break, say like come many peaks become all the places, so it's like a little weird, but you can catch a perfect wave for sure.
So positioning out in the water, there's not one spot that all the riders are sitting on. There's actually a few spots.
Well, when you have small conditions, for sure you can get a point. It's like a straight CL, like we have a little stuff to remember a boy is dead.
Yeah.
There in the downstairs.
Yeah.
When you go to the channel, and that's like the regular. But like I say, when big conditions just like that, the point is in many places.
Jared Houston, up and riding, live action, was able to paddle back out and find this wave. As you said, the in-between waves are really good. Oh, Jared Houston, big invert. Can he come out in front? If he holds on, he's going to be really close to the rocks.
See, for sure. You see what low is that?
My.
It's really low, huh?
Look how shallow it is right there.
Yeah,
where
shallow, that's it.
A lot of the riders are doing these maneuvers all the way into the rock. So very scary. I mean, we've had a lot of injuries here. Last year, Diego Cabrera, was it last year?
Last year we have injuries. No, Diego Cabrera have an injury one time, but I don't know. It's past year, like 3 years ago, I think.
Oh gosh.
But
it's
really,
just burning my memory.
really shocked to see that, because he was like blocked out for a few minutes.
Oof.
He don't remember nothing. So that's only because he made a big reverse and the heat was so strong that he
Knocked
like block out the conscience,
yeah.
and they don't remember nothing. So that's
Okay.
weird.
Yeah.
And we have a serious accident like a month ago.
Oh.
A boy almost drowned. We saved them because
What happened?
well, they surfing like in more smaller conditions than this, and the surfers from inside don't see that he have an accident, and all the club have a reunion that day. So we help him and get out from the water, and then
Revive.
vomit all the water and get unconscious.
Oh
So
my
it was
goodness.
a little shocking, but it's like the thing that we have to be really serious and compromising is in the safety, because
Yeah.
it's a little more dangerous here in the water for having that kind of rocks that shallow, like you
Yep.
say.
Well, we saw Matias Miranda on that wave coming
Go,
across your
Matias.
screen, and got a pretty good long ride right there, but not no big maneuvers. I mean, he was able to pull off a roll at the end there, but I mean, anything right now in these conditions is going to be good. Unfortunately, Tristan Robertson in that last heat, you can saw what could happen, but look at this out the back on the left. It is the Puerto Rican PJ pulling in that nice clean barrel. He's able to punch through the wash, and another one right there. So a pretty good wave right there. So the left is starting to form up as the day goes on. Tell us about the conditions. It's pretty much clockwork when it'll get windy, but the question is when.
Well, always the regular is windy like middle of the day. That's the regular. So, but
Right now we have 12 o'clock.
yeah, we are 12 o'clock. So I don't know. It's like I say of some other boys that ask me. Now in the winter you can get some days with no wind all day. So that's really weird, huh? But it's not. It's usual now in this kind of part of the year. So we can get some day of like that. I hope a day of like that.
I forget. We're in the southern hemisphere, so it's winter down here at the moment.
Now?
I'm from San Diego. It's summertime.
Ah.
And
Yeah.
right now, does it get colder than this, or is this pretty cold?
No, this is the winter here.
So this is winter right
Yeah,
now. I mean,
because
it doesn't get colder than this?
No, it's not more cold than this.
Oh my
now
gosh.
I think that we have a 1 month, more month of cold, and then come the warm for sure.
Does it get super hot?
Well, this summer was super hot, man.
Like desert?
Like desert, and the water was really warm. So that's a dream, huh? Imagine that.
So the waves were good?
For
In
sure,
warm
was
water?
good
Oh
swells.
my gosh.
And more clean than in the winter, because
no,
the summer is not regular swells.
Oh
So we surf really good swells. Huh?
So we are waiting patiently for some of the riders coming in to catch a wave. Heat number 6, round number 1 out in the water. Looking at some of the scores coming down the pipeline.
Well,
oh, wait a second.
Bye-bye.
Hold that thought. Up and ride Jared Houston. Looking very solid, very clean lines right there. Check turn. Getting back into the power zone right there. Going to make his way back up to the top of the wave.
Ooh.
Not much there for Jared Houston. So, all right. I'm a bodyboarder from, let's just say, the East Coast. I'm from Florida.
No.
I want to come ride El Gringo in Flopos. Can I come here and ride a wave? And if I show everybody respect, or are the locals going to take every single wave?
No. The locals have like the most fine spirit here, man.
Okay.
But
you first have to show up with respect, of course.
Yeah, for sure. Of course.
Some people forget. Some people forget.
No, you have to know how to arrive someplace always when
Yes.
you travel. So if you want to travel a lot, you have to do really good things when you are in some local places, you know. Here we have no problems with that because everybody respect that, but we still we keep it really quiet and try to get really good people, really good. I don't know how you say when you receive the people really good. Like
Hospitality.
That's it.
Yes.
Really hospitality, and many local surfers from other countries that come here like many years ago know that we are really good friends. And a special one, Santi Sanchez. They go in the A heat.
Ooh. Jared bouncing his way down the face, but not much there for Jared, and kicks out of there.
Like I said, we help Santi Sanchez to get the APV wheel car.
Oh, nice.
Like support him and give it like a little help, you know, to get the APV wheel car, and he get it. So we are really happy for him. And he is not from Chile; he's from Argentina.
I was just gonna say that he's indebted. I mean, the only thing I can say is that the club respects him so much, and he respects the club so much that was able to be no problem.
Yeah, and we know him like many years ago. So.
No, I'm giving them the signal. It looks like
sorry.
they are ready for the interview with Bego and the winner of the last heat.
perfect.
So, Bego, take it away.
Thank you very much, Manny. With you, Brahim.
Y ahora no
Idris
sé,
from
hay que
Marruecos.
apagarlo, ¿no?
Brahim, that was a pretty nice heat. The waves are looking very good at the moment. I saw you choosing lefts and 2 beautiful barrels. What can you tell the people about it?
Yeah, I know that I get like a really difficult heat with Antonio Cardozo and Tristan Robert. I know that the guys they will take more right because it's more safety. But I was concentrating in the left because I know it's scary and it's big and sometimes it's just close out. So I am so happy to get like 2 waves and 2 right one, and I'm so happy to make it. So happy.
It's been a while since we don't see you here. I think it's 2 years. How does it feel to be back here?
Yeah, I didn't come last year because it was the same date of Ramadan, so I couldn't come to compete. But I wasn't do the tour in Europe and Tahiti. So this year just finished Ramadan, and the last day I just take a flight and come straight to Chile. So I am so happy to be here again.
Ramadan is a religious Muslim holiday, so he's very respectful to the Ramadan. So congratulations. There's someone you want to say hi now?
Yeah, for sure. I really want to thank all my friends and my family and my sponsors. I'm so happy to be here and see you in the next round. Cheers!
Well, congratulations, felicitación, and we hope to see you back here.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Well, congratulations to the Moroccan rider, Brahim Idosh, who won that last heat and will get sent to round number 3, where he's going to be standing by for the competitors coming out of round number 2. So, again, with me right now is Naranjo, his nickname here at Arica, the very own Flopos Wave. And here's another look at what went down during the interview. Jared Houston, clean spin. And I think that was it on this one. He didn't have much lined up for him, but he did. I think he did a maneuver there, but didn't pull it off. So Jared Houston looking very solid right here in this heat.
Yeah.
So give us the history of the wave. Why is some people call it Flopos? Why some people call it El Gringo?
Well, in the started, everybody saw like our fathers or our grandfathers saw a gringo. A gringo is like an American person, you know, here in Chile or in these places, surfing the wave. So they start to call El Gringo for that. But that was like 92, I think, or 90 maybe.
Okay.
So many years ago. And then we have the other local. His nickname was Flopos. The one of we make the thing in the channel, you know, that's it. And so like a kind of respect thing, we start to call him Flopos the wave.
Okay.
And that was something like the people get like a nickname, like something natural they gave it. So was something natural, I think, because we don't want to say El Gringo.
Yeah.
Only for that.
So if it was up to you, everybody watching right now, and they see this wave, they should call this wave.
I think if Flopos is the name.
Okay, Flopos. Yeah. So there you go. I'll be saying Flopos from now on. Just not only out of respect, but I believe in that story. So
it's like something from respect from the locals. It's something I think, and everybody understand like that. So it's good.
Whoa, the sun is coming out.
Yeah. You're going to see now how everybody going to come up.
Take off the jacket.
Take off the jacket and all the stuff.
I didn't bring my sunscreen.
It's pretty warm here when the sun is come up, huh?
But if the sun comes out, will the wind come?
That's the regular. But now we don't see nothing like the wind is come through, huh? I think it's going to be glassy a more hour, I think, for sure.
So if the sun comes out, how fast will it get hot and warm?
Middle of the day, the sun is come up like regularly. I don't know what you saw the first day when we got the trials, like the more colder day. I think they're on the winter here.
Oh.
And that's not regular, but we saw that it's really cold that day, huh?
Nah, it was cold.
But now you see the difference. This is the regular. The sun come up like 12.
Oh my gosh, it's beautiful.
And the wave is going to see so beautiful when the sun is illuminated. So perfect.
Well, hopefully the sniffles will go away, because I'm not the only one that has getting used to the cold, because it was cold.
See, for sure.
I think that was the coldest I've ever had it. Look at this. Nice clean bottom turn. PJ Tartak looking for another barrel. Finds a nice little pocket. Wow, he's got these barrel riding skills down. waves like Chatara, and what other wave does he ride in Puerto Rico? Oh yes, one of the better waves in Puerto Rico. I don't know if I should say it in public, but Margara. Big wave riding skills. Totally can be
Mingos
had.
wedge.
Oh yeah, Mingos wedge is another one. You surf this one?
No. But I talked with PJ, and I think it's a really good person, really good vibes, and I hope they win too.
Yeah. So PJ looking really good right now. Again, if you're watching on apbtour.com/live and you go down underneath the live feed, you're going to see the scores. And I think I'm going to go do that right now. Wow, look at that.
Wow, beautiful
Tell us what we
view,
see
man.
here.
Well, that's the regular view, You see the big morro with the Chilean flag, That's the classic view. And look at that,
Beautiful.
I love this city, man. It's so relaxing living here, and I don't know, my friends in the club and all the locals like so friendly with in selves. We are friends like 10 of 12 years almost, so we know each other a lot. So we love it. Be here and be like representing the locals, because we are locals. Oh, see the right.
Wow. Jared Houston just looking super solid out there. And look
Whoa.
at this. Oh, how is that? Can he pull it off?
Ooh, he made it.
No way. Well, the camera just zoomed away a little bit, but he pulled it off?
See, he pulled it off, I think,
Well, the judges have the last say. They're actually 2 doors over from us, and I spent a lot of time with them during the event.
That's shallow, man. See that?
And they're the ones that they just want to see a move completed and ride out in front of the whitewash. And if you can pull that off, you can ride out in front of the whitewash. That will be a completed move. But the judges, one of the head judges, Chico Garantano, he is, for me, one of the best head judges on the planet. Very, very on top of all the maneuvers of bodyboarding. Not only that, but has the eyes to be able to see
Matias.
what you see on our screen too.
That's our local, man.
All right, Matias coming around the section. Not much there, and he kicks out. So the rights, if you don't do a maneuver on the outside, you have one more chance for an inside section, and sometimes that section does not arrive.
Yeah. That's a bet,
That's a gamble.
Yeah. And you can the risk that maybe the judges don't see that because the wave is still running from over there, so it's like it's not the best. I think they have to hit the wave more in front of the judges. That's the best in the beginning.
And that's the beauty about the lefts. The left stays in front of the judges, so PJ is doing a pretty good job right now.
Wow. You can see lonely lefts for sure.
Yeah. Were you here when Guilherme Tamega did that roll in front of the rocks?
What?
Oh, go ahead and listen. I know you're listening. Guilherme Tamega, Rolo.
Now yeah. Well, that was shocking. That was that's the epic remembers of all the locals have from this contest. I think that and the big forward of Winchester one year. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I want to see Tamega again in this contest. I hope the next year we can invite it. So officially invited. So we're going to try to do that because we too miss to Ben Player too. They don't come to the contest. We want to they come, and Hardy maybe because they are so emblematic for the locals and from the contest.
I'm sure you're not the locals and people watching are. I mean, everybody wants to see these riders back in these conditions. I mean, El Flopos is one of those most consistent waves on the tour.
Yeah, for sure.
And to see those riders out here, it's always fun to watch.
And we invite you guys to come to training here. The locals have many good vibes, and this is the more contest place for sure in the planet and in South America, of course.
Yeah.
So you are invited, man, to come here and training and get the locals like really friendly, and you don't have to be any problem for that, for sure.
Again, just show up with some common sense and respect, and you should be fine.
Yeah.
PJ Tartak with his last wave, 7.25. That puts him in the first place spot.
Hija, buena, PJ.
Yeah, Jared
Congratulations.
Houston will end up in second with 20 seconds remaining. And then Matias
Matias
Miranda,
third.
he's going to go back to the drawing board and see what he can do different in round number 2, because that is an elimination round.
Yeah. Really good, PJ, yeah?
Wow. Woohoo! So PJ Tartak winning that heat. Jared Houston and Matias Miranda will go into round number 2. Don't go. Do you want to say any last words? Anything?
I want to thank Alex to have that consideration and help the locals to get involved in the event. And I hope that really good things come the next year with this event and the club. And I invite all the guys to see the app of APB. That was really good.
Cool.
I download, and so I invite all the guys to get that APB in Play Store, I think.
Play Store or the Apple Store?
You can download it, and it's really good, man. It's really good. All that information is there, and you can see the World Cups leaving too and live.
Perfect. There you have
So,
it.
gracias. See you, buddies. Thank you. Gracias,
All right.
Manny.
No,
Thank you.
gracias por tu tiempo. Naranjo is out of here. Thank you for your time, brother.
Ciao.
And I'm sure we'll see you again. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more action right after this. Is it off? Everybody, Manny V here with Tanner McDaniel from Hawaii. Tanner, your account on how the conditions are out there right now.
Oh, it's pumping. I've been down here pretty much all day. Oh, just a little
go.
mic adjustment.
Now we can hear you.
Yeah. I've been down here all day watching, getting ready for my heat. Later, I'm in heat 10 of this round. So yeah, just kind of been down, just kind of preparing. It's just so intense that it's pretty solid out there. Some good waves coming through. It's pretty exciting.
You know what? Let's not waste any time. Let's get out into the action right now. Out in the water, we have a pretty epic heat with, in red, David Hubbard, in yellow, Socrates Santana, and in black, Joshua Toledo. So all of these riders very hungry, all of them very capable of going big, and all of them looking for that solid wave. You've been watching. What is your take on where to sit, the lefts or the rights?
Man, it's changing. Oh, here's a right from Socrates Santana, taking off on a pretty solid-looking one. Goes for a nice roll, and he's just trimming down the line. Decides there's nothing else on that one, so he pulls out.
All right, so Socrates opting to go on the right off the bat. But the lefts or the rights? What are you gonna try?
Oh man, I think in my heat I'm just gonna keep an open mind. There have been guys winning heats on the right, there have been guys winning heats on the left, so it's such a tough call. I think you have to be prepared to go both ways, especially when there are great scoring potentials on both directions. So you got to keep an open mind, and if an opportunity presents itself to you, you got to be able to take it or be ready to take it.
I hate to referring to Tristan Roberts' heat, but man, he had a shocker of a heat. He was catching these rights, but none of the sections were forming up for him. So how do you avoid that happening to yourself and other riders?
Man, yeah, that was so frustrating for Tristan. We were all watching, and it's just seeing someone have to deal with that is so annoying. I don't know, just the rights are pretty tricky out here to pick out which one's going to actually give you a section, because a lot of the time you take off and you just see this crazy hook just coming at you, and you think, oh my gosh, yes, this is going to be the biggest ball, and then it hits the deep water and it just kind of dies out. So I haven't really figured out the trick to it, so I'm probably not the one to say, but hopefully I can figure it out in time for my heat.
Yes, I hope so too. Well, out there right now, a little slow start from all the riders. 25-minute heats. Top two waves are scored. The sum of those two scores will give a sum total. The rider with the highest score will advance on into round number 3. Second and third place in these three-man heats will go into round number 2. Out in the water, again, we have David Hubbard in the red jersey, Socrates Santana in yellow, and Joshua Toledo in the black jersey. So you brought up something very interesting when you came into the booth, and I agree with you. The red jersey seems to always be that jersey that most riders want, because that has the most potential of getting you that first place spot, but it's not so here today in this first round of the main event.
Yeah, so the story with the red jersey is the highest seeded rider in each heat will wear red in that heat. And today there's only been one rider that has won their heat in red, and that was Jacob Romero. So that's just an interesting little stack, because a good portion of the time the red jersey is the one who makes it through the heat. But like we're seeing today, not always.
Yeah, Jacob Romero always having the crowd holding their breath and on their toes when he takes off on a wave. Yeah, and he didn't let us down when he attacked in his first heat of the day. So round number 1 underway. I'm pretty sure we'll be going into round number 2 if the conditions stay mellow, and by the looks of it, it looks pretty solid. Sun's out, light little breeze.
Yeah, a little bit of onshore, but hopefully it just kind of backs off. The sun's coming out, which does mean the wind is going to come soon. Hopefully, if it does, it'll be after my heat or after the final heat of the day. But wow, I just saw this is kind of going off topic, but I just saw the craziest wave at El Buoy come through. Oh, here's Dave Hubbard taking off on this one. Oh, he's got to just try to get it around that and get something, and just stalling, and didn't really happen for him.
Yeah, again, driving down the wave right there. If it's not shaping up, if you don't take advantage of what's offered to you right off the bat, then you're you're rolling the dice on that inside section.
Because that inside section does sometimes provide, but other times you just end up going so far in for nothing.
And we've seen a bunch of riders fall for that trap. But again, the left a little shorter, but possible high-scoring waves or high-scoring points could be had if that wave shapes up for you. PJ, having 2 solid waves with barrel rides, one of which would have 2 sections. So the right is totally doable, but a lot of the riders are opting for those longer, drawn-out right-hand waves. You know what? It's the luck of the draw, it seems like.
Yeah, I think the right is definitely a safer call because you don't end up in such a critical spot as you do on the left. The right just puts you into kind of a nice channel, and there's a current that just pulls you straight out the back. The left, after you pull out, or if you don't make it, even if you complete your ride, you end up in probably the most critical part of this wave, and that's just such a, it's just stressful to have that in the heat.
Check this out. We do have the winner of the last heat with Begonia, PJ Tartak with Begonia. Begonia, take it away.
Yeah, PA.
Thank you, Manny. We're here super stoked with PJ Tartak. PJ for Pedro Jose or peanut butter sandwich?
For Pedro Jose.
Well, PJ is the single person from Puerto Rico representing here on the World Tour, and it's your first time. So how do you feel taking this heat, first time in El Gringo or Flopos, taking big names such as Jared Houston?
It's a dream for me, you know, like I was very nervous at the beginning just thinking that I had to compete against Jared. But I don't know, I just went out, did my thing, just find the best barrels and was able to get some good points and take Jared out. Although, you know, I know Jared wasn't like really landing his maneuvers, like it's really hard right now, so yeah.
Oh, he's super stoked. Remember, well, this is a non-elimination round, but still, it's very refreshing and very good to be on the first position on the first heat in this kind of waves. So, there's someone you want to say hi or thanks at this point?
Yeah, I want to thank mi familia, mami, papi. Gracias, esto es por ustedes. Si no fuera por ustedes, yo no estaría aquí. Mi novia, que en verdad ella es un ángel, está encargándose del negocio, trabajando a la misma vez. Y gracias, mi amor, a mi hermano. Toda mi familia, en realidad, mi hermano que me da mucho apoyo y siempre está ahí detrás mío empujándome. Gracias a toda la familia, de verdad. Y a mis auspiciadores y futuros auspiciadores.
Well, that was pretty nice. He was just saying in regards to their families and girlfriend. So congratulations, PJ, and we hope to see you back here.
Gracias, thank you.
Back to you, Manny.
Wow, super stoked right now for PJ. And we got live action sets rolling in right now. Yellow coming off the bottom. Going for a roll, not much there for him, and gets on the outside of that wave and cannot pull it around. But we saw a couple waves go down right now, and we'll get that on the replay. But
yeah,
what did you see?
I just turned around and was looking through this nice little vantage point we have in here, and Dave Hubbard just got smoked. Took off on a left, and it ended up
annihilated.
Yeah, he got pretty blown up. I don't know if you can see him on the inside. I'm turning around looking because I'm just tripping out. But he took off on a left. Oh, here's a replay of Socrates. Or that's Joshua's wave. Sorry, nice little spinner off the top right there. Little check turn, and he's just stalling on the foam now, just dragging the legs and hoping for a section. And he kind of gets one, just rolls off the back, little flop.
I think I did post something on the APP Tour Facebook page of Dub getting ready for his heat in his fashionable outfit.
Yes.
So, but I also asked, where you at? And I did get some comments, 52 of them, in fact. So I'm going to run through the top, through the first few that came down the pipeline. That was about an hour ago. Franklin Underground with a check-in from Long Beach, New York. South Oz, we had Knights Beach, Luke McKendry. We had Sean Mitchell in Cape Town, Damien in Cape Town as well. We had Willie Ilo from Durban, South Africa. A lot of the South Africans are tuned in right now. Probably perfect prime time to be watching. Damien Peterson. We got Ashley saying, how's it from Port Elizabeth, South Africa. I'm guessing the South Africans should probably get together and find a place where they can all congregate and watch the show together.
Yeah, just a big screening.
That'd be pretty sick. So, Hilda Houston, always tuning in.
Yep.
And should be happy that Jared Houston is still in the event, even though he's in round number 2.
And looks like she wants to see Wilder in the booth. I think there's rumors that he will be jumping in sooner or later.
Oh, you know what? He's supposed to come in next, or we'll see.
Yeah, I think he is coming in
next.
Yeah,
Wilder will get in here. We got Hein from Hawaii. Taylor in Key West, Florida. Maru is tuned in from Morocco. And Mil Edis from Puerto de Veracruz in Gulf of Mexico. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Jason Fowler in Cape Town, South Africa. And we got Juan Carlo tuned in. OGM saying what's up from south of France. And Sam Brown from Le Huy. That's right down the road from you.
Yeah, that's back on Kauai.
So I'm going to attack this list a little bit more, but Yolanda also tuned in, going for the Chileans and Sam Brown. Cold water. Yes, it is.
Very cold.
Have you touched the water yet?
I have. Water's not too bad this year. I've got a nice 4.3, so I've been pretty toasty. Yeah, it seemed like it's not as cold as it has been in the past years. Maybe I'm just got a little more meat on my bones, maybe, so I can handle the cold a little better. But yeah,
what would you guesstimate how cold it is? Or warm?
I wouldn't
60s?
be able to. Probably a little colder.
Oh, high 50s. Okay.
I would say probably around the 59 range.
Okay.
I think
that's
low
what we
60s,
called
high
it.
50s.
We called it around that early in the morning, but with the sun out, man, it changes everything around here.
Yeah, it's a completely different
Place.
vibe down here now.
I can see people's forearms now.
Yeah.
Instead of being bundled up in these trench coats and
hoodies and beanies and yeah.
I know, everybody's just bundled up in the morning. All right, looks like the next heat is getting ready. Is that Uri Valadao?
That is Yuri. Looks like Uri Valadao, Sasha Damjanic, and Santiago Sanchez are in the next heat. Yeah, that's
right.
Correct.
The Union Flopos Bodyboard Club offering their wild card to Santiago Sanchez from Argentina.
Nice.
Yeah, that's unheard of, actually.
Yeah, I think Santiago might spend quite a bit of time in Chile.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure about that, but
just the
I
fact
believe
that
so.
a local club or brand giving their wild card to a foreigner.
Yeah, that's super
pretty cool. Here we go, up and ready.
Here's Dave taking off on this left.
Dub.
Got a wall in front of him. Let's see what he's going to do. Little cutty off the top. Jeez, he's going far over. And throws a spinner and just pulls out.
Not a super high scoring wave, but something to have on your scorecard if the time starts winding down and you don't have something solid. Those are always good to have, as a just in case wave.
Yeah.
Of course, he's going to paddle back out and try to figure things out on how to get that high scoring wave. So again, 25-minute heats, top two waves scored. Top rider goes into round 3, second and third into round number 2, where they will go into an elimination round. I've asked a couple of riders who've been coming in, what's the talk about down on the scaffolding in the athletes area about the stadium format?
Yeah, everyone seems to love it. It's pretty cool. So your first heat is non-elimination, which is that's so awesome to be able to do because you are guaranteed to surf 2 heats. And if you win your first heat, you skip around and you have time to rest and relax and cruise. And if you don't, then you still get to surf one more time. So it doesn't really feel like you're getting knocked out first heat, and that's pretty cool. And it also at the same time, like the first round, it not having the thought of getting knocked out first heat kind of relieves a bit of pressure, and I think guys can maybe cut loose a little more.
Yep.
And then
and knowing that if you get second or third, you still get another shot.
You still get another chance. Yeah. Obviously, everyone wants to get first in every heat, but you have a little bit of a backup in case that doesn't go your way.
The stadium format. Also, we have another non-elimination round, and that is round number 4.
Yeah, that's right. There's 2 non-elimination rounds, which is awesome. Also, you win your round 4 heat, and you're straight to the quarters.
Yeah, that's a golden ticket right there, and Dub's been calling it the catapult round number 4. You get catapulted straight into the quarterfinals, one step closer to the grand final. And another cool aspect of the stadium format is the podium final, where third and fourth, the 2 riders that didn't make it out of the semifinals will battle out to find out who will become 3rd and 4th place in the event overall, instead of ending up in equal 3rd, which I think is pretty awesome as well. Adds more time to the competition day, but
yeah, that's true.
But it's all good, especially if we're going to see some incredible wave riding.
Yeah.
So a little bit of wind coming in, but not too much.
Yeah, it's not too bad yet. There's a little breeze, but like we've been saying, it's not too bad. Here is Dave kind of taking a look at that one. decided not to go. Probably a good call.
Have you been checking out the wave forecast? If so, what have you been seeing?
Yeah, so today looks like the forecast I've been looking at has been pretty accurate. Tomorrow looks like it's going to drop a little bit, and then the next day picks up around similar size as today, and then holds same size for the final day. So we're going to have waves for the rest of the comp, which is pretty standard for here. We always have good waves at this comp.
I can't believe how consistent it is. Look at this out the back. We do have a rider in yellow.
Here's Socrates.
Socrates Santana finding a ton of speed right now. Seeing a section. Is it going to line up? No. Just loses his grip and everything just falls apart.
Just gets tossed off. Here is Joshua taking off on that one. Nice air forward. Wow.
So Joshua Toledo, camera 4, getting there in time just for that move. And a pretty solid wave right there. Good maneuver out the back for Joshua Toledo, the Chilean. And once you see a Chilean or a Peruvian or anybody around that is from this area on a wave, the whole crowd is cheering and yelling if they pull off a solid maneuver.
Oh, yeah. Even if they don't, the just amp for them is just, it's real.
How sick is this setup right here? It looks like a stadium.
Yeah, it's crazy. You just, when you're up in the top of the scaffolding, you can just see like the crowd, all the fans cheering, and like the reef, and it's just such a cool, unique vibe around here. It's crazy.
We threw out I've been talking with Alex Leon, and we threw out the idea where Manny V Tours, I'm currently doing tours down to Northern Baja in Mexico, and I've been doing, a couple Freak Fest for years, but we've been thinking about putting together bodyboarding tours a few days before the start of the contest window and leading into a couple days of the contest window for our bodyboarders fans that want to come and experience it all. So there's been talk about putting together some packages for some of those bodyboarders, and if that happens, that'll be awesome. Pretty fun for people to experience and be a part of the APB World Tour. Keep an eye on the Facebook page if that is to go down.
Oh yeah, that'd be awesome.
That way you pay one price and you just get on the plane and you don't have anything to worry about because everything will be taken care of.
Yeah. And I would say that if you were to come on a surf trip and you want to score waves, you want like a pretty much guaranteed you're going to get swell, I'd say Arica is one of the best places to go to.
Yeah, Arica's pretty awesome. Every location, every venue has its own, what's the word I'm looking for? Its own
uniqueness?
Uniqueness. For Brazil, it's Brazil. You got beautiful sandy beaches, warm water. And if you're single, you're super stoked.
Oh yeah,
because there's beautiful people down there. Not only I'm confident with my sexuality and I do have a girlfriend, but the guys are good looking too. But yeah, they're beautiful people down there. Here you're gonna get waves, super duper consistent. Fronton is just magical.
Fronton's so consistent too. And man, now that I think about it, there's so many spots on tour that are just like, well,
it's pretty amazing.
Crazy consistent. We're pretty lucky to be able to go to these spots.
Yeah. Portugal, I would definitely recommend anybody who's never been to Europe, consider Portugal, because you're going to the old country, back where, beginning of time, it seems like. But they have incredible waves up and down Portugal's coast. And just to see Nazaré itself, an iconic beach, Praia del Norte, where a lot of the riders are here. Dino Carmo, Antonio Cardoso, some of the locals from there. But yeah, very, very possible to have some tours being set up to follow the APB Tour next year. So keep your eyes posted on the APB Tour Facebook page and a website for that possibility to happen. All right, we are coming down to...
it's coming down to the wire here.
Coming down to the wire here in this heat. Number 7. I'm going to pull up my app here. Thank you all for tuning in from all over the world. So, how are things going this year for Tanner McDaniel?
Yeah, things are going good. No complaints really. Everything's been good. Tour-wise, I've had some decent results. Not really what I wanted at Piper Chopes, but Brazil went pretty well for me.
For contests or other things?
Mostly just the comp. That that was the highlight for me there. Yeah, everything's good.
Yeah, we had
Not much to say.
We had one pretty solid. What did you say?
Not much to say.
Okay. There was one day in the competition where it was really solid.
Oh, yeah.
The second day, I believe, of competition. But here at Arica, I mean, it's about all the times I've been here, it's been consistent. It's been unreal. But it's not only here. If the swell's hitting here, up and down the coast of
The whole
Chile and in Peru as well, they're all just getting hit with the same swells.
Yeah.
So right now, quick update. Joshua Toledo with that high-scoring 7.75 is currently in that first-place spot. Each one of these riders is currently lacking that solid second scoring wave. So with Joshua at 7.75 looking very solid.
30 seconds.
Socrates Santana in second. Dave Hubbard, unfortunately, not getting two solid waves. But again, you're going to see Socrates and Dave Hubbard in round number 2. A few seconds remaining. Wow, Joshua Toledo winning that heat. Yep, you can hear in the background, time counting down.
So the Chileans will be frothing over that. Everyone watching, supporting the Chileans, and everyone on the beach. Joshua taking the win.
Yeah, Joshua's going to walk up the ramp, and everybody's going to be cheering. This wave, unfortunately, of Dave Hubbard is not going to be counted, which you don't see on your screen anyways. Those two riders are going to make their way in, and we will start and come back with more action right after this. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. Manny being here and getting ready. Josh Wilder from South Africa. Come on in. Sorry, Mr. Wilder. Okay, here we go. Hilder Houston was asking for you today.
Yeah?
Yeah?
Yeah, good.
Are you live? We're live.
Am I?
I think we're live. All right, how you doing?
Good, and yourself?
Pretty good. Stand over here.
Good.
Sorry we had to pull you out of the athletes area, but what is your take on the conditions right now?
The conditions are pretty exciting. It's good to see the guys going for it in some of the bigger conditions.
Okay.
Nice to see it's cleaned out a bit. Yesterday was pretty big and wild and out of hand, but
yeah,
it's nice to see today.
All right, well, let's get out in the action. The next heat in the water, round number 1, we do have Sasha Damjanic, Rudy Valadao, and Santiago Sanchez. So another stacked heat right off the bat. Starting off this first wave in this heat, coming around the section on the lefts. So you've been watching the waves all day. What's the lefts and the rights? What would you choose if you were to get back out there?
Man, the lefts are looking really good. I think probably the highest scoring potential on the left. Just a bit risky as to see how close they're coming towards the rocks, but I think I would stick to the rights. The rights are still providing the long roll-ins with some good ramps at the end.
All right. Well, unfortunately, you didn't make it out of the trials.
Yeah.
What happened?
Man,
We can talk about how crappy the waves were.
Yeah, pretty tough conditions, and it just wasn't my day on the day, I guess, and couldn't find the waves I needed to move through the rounds.
How close were you? I'm trying to look. There you are.
Not close at all. Yeah, it was a first round knockout for me. Yeah. So pretty tough pill to swallow.
Yeah.
Especially not coming from Brazil, not making it through the trials there. So yeah, it's been a tough one so far, but still looking upwards. Oh, here we go.
All right, we're gonna go straight to the live action right now, and trying to come around that section.
Yeah.
The wild card himself from Argentina, Santiago Sanchez. So the South Africans, Ian Campbell, Jared Houston.
Yeah. Tristan as well. All putting on a good show, just coming just short, I guess.
Are you heading to Antofagasta?
Oh yeah, heading to Antofagasta as well.
All right. So what are you gonna do different after these first two events? That
I just haven't been surfing smart heats. I don't think. I think I've definitely got the riding potential to make it through the heats. It's just my mindset. I think the way I approach the heats just isn't what it should be. Yeah.
Well, you're hanging out with the squad crew.
Yeah.
Are you guys giving each other hints and how to perform?
Yeah, it's been hanging out with the squad has been a massive blessing. As guys with such talent and such experience, so there's definitely been some team talks, some prep talks, and it's real good to get the advice from them and just been taking it all in.
And the squad, for those who don't know what the squad is or who the squad are, give us the lowdown.
The squad I think was formed 2 years ago in Brazil. As just the crew of the pretty much Saffers and Hawaiians and a couple of Australians.
International.
So it's a big international crew. Good bunch of guys. Just we all seem to get along so well.
So one thing for sure when traveling with a group of people, for that matter, traveling together is pretty hard.
Yeah, man. So it is pretty hard traveling. People can get a bit too much, but I think that's why the squad have stayed so strong, is because we can bear each other for these moments of time away from home.
Yeah.
I know I'm sharing a room with Tristan at the moment, and we've been ripping each other off the whole trip of how irritated we're getting with each other. And I don't know if we can make it through Antofagasta, but no, it's all good jokes.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
All right, well, for sure, you're going to want to hit the drawing board, figure out what to do going into Antofagasta. Have you ridden that wave at all?
I have not been to Antofagasta yet, no.
And even though you got knocked out in the trials, are you still putting in some free surf time?
Definitely. We had a quick paddle yesterday. We tried to surf on the other side of the point, Yeah, didn't paddle out, at Fluffos.
No.
On the other side, there was like a left-hand point break looking thing. Tried to ride that for a little bit. But,
Staying warm,
staying warm, surfing as much as we can. It's been pretty big the last few days. But before the contest and all that, we've been heading down real early before the crowds arrive.
That's one of the things. I actually put the president of the Union Flopos team on the spot saying, so what happens if somebody rolls up? But I'll get back to that in a second. There's a ton of speed coming around the section.
Oh, my.
Oh, going for it. Just getting annihilated.
My goodness.
But going for it. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, that was sick to see. Someone charging the section on the left. Haven't seen much of that.
Wow, that was Sasha Damianic.
Yeah. Just
the Chilean.
Out, hey.
Man, he is really close to those rocks right now.
Yeah.
We're still trying to find him on the camera, but
that was really close to the rocks, man. From my experience, before being here and just watching it on the live feed, and then when I actually got here and surfed the waves, that section is so much closer to the rocks than you can actually imagine just from watching the live feed.
Yeah, we brought it up a couple times. It's got a little stadium feel around here, which is perfect for a lead into our stadium format. But I mean, you have this wall running across the rocks here, and then it's like a full arena. It's
Full
pretty
on,
cool.
It's a perfect little perch for everybody to come down. The sun's out today.
Yeah.
Which doesn't happen often now, but.
Did you put on sunscreen? You're looking pretty white right now.
Yeah, I've definitely, as a pale ginger myself, I've definitely applied sunscreen. So, Mom, if you're listening,
All right, go. You got that under control. Well, you got the mic. Do you want to say hi to anybody who's listening in on this live feed from Arica?
Yeah, man. With my mom and my dad, I'm pretty sure they'd be watching. All the boys back home. It's a group of my mates, the Brasa, if you guys are listening. That's Brasa is a strange word, I'm pretty sure, for you to hear.
Nope.
It's an Afrikaans slang word for brothers.
Which is?
What? Which is?
Yeah. What's the Afrikaans?
It's an Afrikaans slang word for brothers.
Which is? I didn't hear it.
Oh, Brasa. The Brasa.
Brasa.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
So, yeah. So to all those guys listening back home, yeah, what's up? Good to hear it.
What's up to the Brasas?
The Brasas, perfect. You said it. You said it right, Manny.
Right on.
Yeah, they'll be stoked to hear that. I'm sure they're watching. Mike Houston, I'm sure he'll be tuning in, especially Jerry's heat just before. I'm sure he'll be listening and be stoked to hear that.
Well, the last event, it was pretty cool. Steve Action Jackson and I were throwing out a bunch of old school names. You're pretty young. What are you, 20?
Yeah, 21 now.
21 now. What was the first mentor of bodyboarders that you grew up, I guess, looking up to?
Man, it would have been the classic old school guys. Maybe not too old school, but would have been like the Hubbards, Ryan Hardy.
Oh, I'm talking South Africans.
Oh, South Africans?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Then it would have been guys like Jerry, Sasha Speck. Oh, yeah, we go.
We're going to come back to that list. Don't go anywhere. Look at this. Sasha Damjanic coming around that section. There it is. That's what he was looking for.
Yeah.
A nice, pretty cool barrel roll. He's like under the lip right there, but a nice roll for Sasha Damjanic. So don't go. I want to come back to that list of riders because I know there's more old school riders than that. But we have the winner of that last heat with Begonia downstairs. Begonia, take it away.
Thank you very much, Manny. We're here with the Super Stock, Joshua Toledo. Joshua, we saw the first air forward of the event. Beautiful maneuver there. You got a 7.75 for that, and then you did another wave of a roll. What can you tell the people in their houses about the heat you just served?
Sí, Bego, bueno, estuvo la ola súper complicada, ya que las condiciones están un poco grandes. Bueno, en mi manga tuve la suerte de tener un 7, que como tú dices, fue una ola súper complicada, la agarré desde bien a la izquierda y bueno, tuve que hacer la maniobra lo más rápido posible, ya que para allá no venía muy buena la ola. Bueno, súper alegre por el logro que estoy teniendo ahora de pasar a la tercera ronda directo y bueno, contento de haber ganadole a unos campeones mundiales que llevan años surfeando este tour mundial y que también Chile puede tener también en esta situación porque por falta de monetario no viajan mucho los chilenos y bueno, aquí tienen uno y a varios más chilenos que están dando la cara por Chile, así que muy contento de estar aquí parado y de representar a mi familia Erizo.
Well, he was saying that at first he feels the wave is a little bit complicated, so he has to do the maneuver real fast. And yeah, he's pretty happy to have beaten the former junior champ, which is Socrates Santana, and Dave Hoover, which we all know it's a great rider. And yeah, he's pretty happy, and he wants to let the world know that Chile also have very good riders and to show very good maneuvers as well. So Joshua, congratulations, you did amazing, and we hope to see you back. Back to you guys.
Oh my goodness. Well, first off, congratulations to Joshua Toledo winning that heat, but we just saw, and hopefully you get the replay of that, but Santiago Sanchez finding a ginormous barrel on that left, and he was one of the first riders just to pull into one of the bigger waves of the day on the left, and he comes out clean. So we're looking at, here it is. Look how massive that barrel is. Waiting and waiting and waiting, and there he is. Comes out with a claim. That was pretty sick right there from
That was very
Santiago
cool to
Sanchez.
see.
But right now he is just getting dusted. Does he have his board or did he lose his leash?
Yeah.
I don't know if the cameraman can see. Can we focus on Santiago Sanchez? Where is he?
He's
The
definitely
camera's looking for him.
boardless. Oh.
Let me see if I can call down. Can we get a camera on Santiago Sanchez right now? Testing, yes. Can we get Santiago Sanchez? A ver si estás. Lo podemos buscar en la cámara. We're sending out a call to the cameraman to see if he can find Santiago Sanchez. He's all right. We just want to see.
Yeah.
Right now, the situation he's in is. Whew, how is Santiago Sanchez going to get a board to him?
I think he has paid a pretty hefty price for that great wave he just rode.
That's the thing. That could be enough, though.
Yeah.
8.75 is what the judges are giving him on that big barrel ride. So,
Very worth it.
can we get the camera on Santiago Sanchez? Can we put a camera on Santiago Sanchez? He's wearing a black jersey. He's just swimming around. Está nadando sin tabla. We're just trying to figure out what he is going to be doing. As you can see, Rudy Valadao in yellow and Sasa Damianic in the red. As the waves are starting to come in. So Wilder, you're right. He is paying the price.
Yeah.
If we can get a camera on Santiago Sanchez. Looks like they're telling him to paddle out. Let me see if I can get a camera over to, or podemos poner la cámara on Santiago Sanchez. Está usando negro, no tiene su tabla. Ahí está, there he is, Santiago Sanchez. He's actually going to try to come in through the keyhole. Do you think that's a wise choice?
I wouldn't risk it. Right now, from what I can see, it kind of looks like the ocean's gone flat, but
this could
we
be
all know
perfect
that-
timing.
So there is a small gap for him to come out, but I think
Wow, he is coming on
he
right
better
on the
charge
rocks. Can we pull back just a little bit on the camera? Podemos salir poquito para mirar todos los piernas. Oh my gosh, right there he's just hovering on the rocks. Oh, we got a rider coming out with an extra board. I think what he's going to do is take the board to him and then he'll paddle around the point. But this is crucial timing right now as red and yellow are out the back with priority.
Oh man.
Oh my gosh, this is going to be pretty hectic. And he's going to jump in and hand the board over.
Man, that is really cool.
All right, so handing the board over. The crowd is
Yeah,
clapping.
as they should. Man,
Was that Matias Diaz handing the board over?
I'm not sure.
Let's
But really brave of him to put himself in a spot of bother for the.
Wow, amazing little handoff right
Yeah,
there
that
for the
was
board
awesome.
captain. Well, Rudy Valadao and Sasa Damianic had a full advantage with only them two out in the water and been able to pick any wave they want, but unfortunately no waves came through.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Man.
All right, looks like we do have yellow. Rudy Valadao taking a look at this one.
So there we go. Nice off the bottom, and just looks like the wave fades out for him there. The rights have been seeming to do that quite often, where they'll peak up real good on the takeoff and then just fade away into the deep water in the channel.
So I stand corrected. That was Joshua Toledo handing the board over. He was just got out of his heat. He had his wetsuits on. His fin was there, so he was able to throw the board out to him.
Well done.
So Joshua Toledo.
Yeah, and some
But I think
sets coming through.
I think he threw. Did he throw his board out or another board?
I'm not
and
sure.
will that matter?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Wow, look at these bombs
I did-
still coming in.
Oh man, a massive set coming through. Yeah, I didn't see where Santiago's board went. If that was completely around the point, or if they managed to scrap it up somewhere, or if Santiago, he might have had quite a few. Oh, that was a good way. Quite a few of the guys have had spare boards ready and on hand for situations like that. So maybe that was Santiago's spare board that he had brought down with him this morning.
Well, right now, Uri Valadao needs only a 2.51 to get that first place spot away from Santiago Sanchez. Sasha Damianic needs a 5.01 to get into that first place spot. So both of those scores obtainable.
Very doable scores.
But the only problem is how much time do they have? And if you're on the APB tour, apptour.com /live, you can actually scroll down and see all the live scores and the time. Right now you're only seeing the scores being shown on your screen right now, but you can also scroll down and see play-by-play as well. So when is the squad heading down to Antofagasta? Are you going to go early to get some practice in, or are you going to hang out and wait?
No, I'm going to hang out and wait. We are all traveling down, I think. The contest ends on the 9th, in Arica.
Yeah.
So I think we are planning on a overnight bus trip. There's apparently a decent bus that goes down there, a 10-hour bus ride. So we will hit the bus straight away overnight and arrive the 10th, the day before Antofagasta starts on the 11th.
The buses aren't too bad, actually.
Apparently the buses are actually quite a luxury. Oh, yeah. Is this Uri? So he's only going to need a 2.5 in this wave.
Oh, look at this. When it comes out, it stays open and it comes out.
There we go. Nice barrel.
Wow, the lefts are starting to turn on.
Yeah,
here.
the lefts are definitely turning on if you're if you are willing to take that risk of what we saw Santiago go through. And for Uri, that seemed very worth it.
Wow, so Uri Valadao definitely is going to jump straight into that first place spot.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say he got more than a 2.5 on that one.
Yeah, I totally agree on that. Here's another look. You know, here he is, Stallings lining it up perfectly and scoops in under the lip right there. And he hits the gas and holds on as he gets as much speed as possible and is able to come out at that end section. So a solid wave right there for Uri Valadao.
Very well ridden.
Ooh, my ears are getting cold. That wind is starting to pick up just a little bit, but still not affecting the waves too much. So how was the cuisine here in Arica?
Man.
Cafe Del Mar, have you been going there?
We have been hitting up Cafe Del Mar on the reg, serving us up some good salads. What's the word I'm looking for? The crepes?
Yeah, crepes.
Crepes are also definitely a thing to order there.
Yeah, no, I mean...
So we have been lapping it up in Chile.
I think this is one of the best places that we've been fed as far as the staff is Cafe Del Mar, right in the center of town. And I think I had a bacon burger with fries, cheesecake. Yeah. I mean, I've been loading up, so I better be careful.
It's hard not to load up when there's such good good meals on offer. Another guy I've seen loading up at Cafe Del Mar is actually Dave Hubbard.
Yes.
Yeah. I've been able to join him in a couple of meals there, and he's definitely been taking full advantage of the salads, the crepes, the cakes.
Yes. Big.
I can't blame him for it.
Big thank you to Cafe Del Mar for making it happen this year. Very delicious, and if you ever come to Arica, make sure you check out this restaurant. Very delicious and a ton of options, and the desserts are off the charts. I've been craving this cheesecake. Finally got a piece of it yesterday.
Nice.
And super, super delicious.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Yeah, we have a paddle.
Now, looking very strong.
Oh.
With that deep barrel ride, comes out clean. So the lefts are starting to shape up, as you can see on your screen.
The lefts are looking more predominant, yeah. Haven't seen someone go right, actually, this whole heat almost.
All right, let's get back to that list of old school bodyboarders from South Africa after this.
Oh.
Nice.
As I say that.
Yep, we got Santiago.
Santiago. And what was he looking for? A 1.2? Or no, he needed a 7.61.
Yeah, Santi didn't need. Well, yes, he did. He needed a solid score to get back into that first place spot after Yuri Valadal's solid wave, an 8 point. Let me look. Pull that up. Yeah, 8.85. 5.75 for Santiago Sanchez, his last wave. And look at this. Sasha taking another dip into the left right there, but not much for Sasa Damjanic. So does Billy Thiel, Gordon Cockwell, Douglas Cockwell, Neil Stephenson, any of those names ring a bell?
Those names definitely ring bells to me. They were a little bit before my time, although they were pretty big part of paving the way for the riders before me. But the guys I grew up looking up to were more like Sasha Specker. Jerry was just starting to get on the tour at the time.
What about Mark McCarthy?
Mark McCarthy for sure. Joshua Cleve. All guys like that.
Michael Van Houston, Nigel Tarbottom.
Sorry?
Exactly. Those guys were one of the first names that I heard. But that was back in the early 90s. I think it was Nigel Tarbottom was the first South African name that I heard in the Pipeline event back in the day.
All right.
And Michael Van Houston. So, yeah, you're 21 years old. I think, holy crap, were you even born yet?
Might not have been. Might not have been.
All right, well, I'm sure some of the old school guys like Billy Thiel and Gordon Cockwell, those were their mentors.
Yes.
But, no, it's good. It's good to, just give a little bit of tribute to those guys.
Absolutely. I agree with you 100%.
And I think Mark McCarthy threw it out there that he wanted to get back on board.
Mark McCarthy, he's still one of the best riders in South Africa at the moment. I've heard rumors of him. Maybe he might be upset with me for dropping the rumors on you guys. But rumors that he might be showing his face in the European leg of the World Tour this year. So no pressure there, but I'm sure everyone would love to see him back.
All right, any last words before we get Dub back in here and go to the next heat?
Yeah, well, it's been a real pleasure to be here with you, Manny. Just maybe give a shout out to my sponsors, Handpicked Bodyboards and Zion Wetsuits. Thank you guys. Really appreciate it, and couldn't be here without you guys. Also, Mom and Dad, again, love you guys.
All right, for Wilder Schultz and Menavide, we will be back right after this.
right, welcome back to the 2017 APB Tour stop at Arica. This is the Arica Chilean Challenge. Dave Hubbard joined by Tristan Roberts. Welcome to the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. It's good to be in here with you. I'm excited to see the action go down from your point of view. So, yeah, sick.
Yeah, we're definitely frothing to be here. And what have you been thinking about the waves? It's been kind of going through phases throughout the last couple heats.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough out there. And once you get out there, it's completely different to what it is from land. And it's just changing all the time. So it's really difficult. You kind of have to analyze the heat just before yours and then make your decision on that.
Yeah, and South Africans not jumping straight through to round number 3. I would say that's kind of a big surprise on the storyline of the day. You know, well-served heats, but just weren't able to connect with the awesome rides.
Yeah, I think we all had the game plan of hunting those rights, and they were looking really good. And when we got out there, we just weren't able to get the good ones. And it's just really bumpy, and a lot of them look like they're going to pitch and then all of a sudden like fade away once you're going up to the section. So it's tough out there, Dave.
Yeah, definitely a real tricky section on that right. When it throws, it almost puts a little whitewater down first, so it's not really a clean lip all the time.
Exactly.
I saw Ian, yourself, and Jared still muscle through and pull some nice rolls off.
Yeah.
But you know, they weren't as high scoring as
we
you know,
would like
big
them to be,
flip or an
exactly.
invert. Yeah.
Exactly that.
So if we can, let's go to a wide shot of the beach. We're just taking a few minute break in between this heat and the next. So let's take it to a shot so we can just check out the wave conditions, because the wave conditions are changing. So we want to talk about that for a little bit. So here we can see there is a little bit of wind starting to approach, but something I noticed too is the sun's out, and that doesn't always happen, Tristan.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see the sun for the first time since I've been here, and I've been here for about a week, so yeah, that's always good. But this wind could be a problem later on in the heats, making the waves even more bumpy, which will be extremely challenging today.
Yeah, certainly will. And you know, it kind of goes along with when the sun comes out, it stays glassy for, you know, maybe a half hour, maybe an hour max.
Yeah.
And then the wind usually follows suit pretty quickly. So could be tricky as the heats progress.
Yeah, I mean, the guys are just going to have to make the most of what they get and try and muscle through and find sections that are going to allow them to put points on the board. And that's going to be tough. But like I said, they're just going to have to do it. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah, and you know, getting through the 4 heats that we had in the trials early this morning, and if they're able to get through all 12 heats of the first round of the main event, I think, you know, that'll put us in a good spot coming into day number 3 of the event, day number 2 of the main event, which will be tomorrow. And you know, likely run round 2 and maybe even dip into summer round 3, depending on if we can get an early enough start.
Yeah.
We could maybe even get you know, a third of round 3 done tomorrow along with round 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think the guys that didn't make round 1 today are going to have to go back to the drawing board and try to re-watch our heats and see what we're doing wrong and see how we can learn from that and use that tomorrow. I think that's a key element to trying to ride the best we can tomorrow, and yeah, that's just what we're going to have to do.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Was unable to get that round 3 berth, and you know, struggled to get any sort of score. You know, I wasn't even able to get a 3 out in the water during my heat, so probably put up one of the lowest heat totals of the day.
Yeah, I think I probably put on one of the lowest heat totals of my life, Dave. I was really struggling out there, and I mean, at times, like, you really think you're on a good one and it just runs away from you, you tuck out, and it takes you some time to get back to the position, then you got to wait for your turn in priority. So there's not many opportunities that you get in the heat.
Right.
And if you seem to pick out the bad ones, I mean, what can you do?
Yeah, and I do agree that it really was kind of luck of the draw, as they say, and being in the right place at the right time. It is, you know, kind of a fickle beast, Flopos, you know, and especially for a 25-minute heat, that goes really fast.
Yeah.
You know, when you're free surfing out here, you don't really expect to get a good one every 25 minutes. You're really thinking, if I can get a good one per hour, then
and
you're
I need 2 as well.
Yeah, so upping that ante, needing two at least average rides. But we've seen some cracker heats. Before I went out, I was taking a look at I think it was your heat and the start of Jared's heat. And, there might not have been a ton of high scores in those heats, but there's a lot of good empty waves.
Yeah.
And I even saw an amazing empty wave in my heat that went unridden.
Yeah, especially at times, it's pretty scary to paddle shallow and wait for the insiders, as those looked like the more round ones that were actually hitting the reef. But if you get caught inside by one of those clean out sets, you're going to pay the price, and you might struggle for the rest of the heat, as you'll probably wash up on the rocks and have a tough time getting back out there.
Yeah, I got a pretty solid one on the head, and it did take at least 5 minutes, away from the 25 minutes of the heat, just repositioning. Luckily, I didn't get washed up on the rocks, but I thought that may happen, and I was hoping it wouldn't, because it would entail me having to scamper around on the rocks and waste more time. But we do have Joshua Toledo with the winner, with Begonia. So Joshua winning that last heat. Let's take it down to the interview. Take it away, Bego. Oh, I guess they're kind of resituating. Had that all set up, but really close to getting that started. And as soon as the cameraman's ready, we're gonna be throwing it down to that interview. So as soon as Bego's ready, we'll get that sorted. They're just kind of repositioning, and Joshua Toledo definitely stoked to come out of that last one. So we're just waiting to start this next heat, because the jet ski had to leave the area, get a little bit more gas. So still got heat 9 on hold, and we should be able to hopefully start any minute now. So what's did you get into the water yesterday? Did you go for a free surf, Tristan?
We got down here and it was so big, Dave, that we actually decided to walk around the point and try surf this left-hander. And Wilder, Jerry and I jumped out there and we caught one big one. It was a really long ride, but pretty boring and very bumpy, but it's good fun. And then we ended up, Jerry got out before us, and Wilder and I managed to make our way back to this side here at Floppo's, and to see Jerry had paddled around and paddled out there by himself, being the hull man he is, just putting everything on the line, trying to get a good one. And he was saying that he's just trying to find the rhythm for today. So yeah, he's just the hull man, and I saw him catch like 3 really big ones, maybe like 15 feet, I'd call it.
Wow.
It was just hopping down the face for so long, and he didn't really get any good ones, but it was quite an adrenaline rush just to watch him.
Well, we'll get to more on that, but we're throwing it down to the interview with Bego right now. So let's see if Joshua Toledo's ready to speak some words.
Thank you very much, Manny. We're here with Uri Badalao, showing how it's done on a split peak wave. That was amazing. Amazing barrel to the right, and then a better one to the left. How that felt?
I feel better right now because the last few days I was sick, and this is my first time in water this year, and it's perfect for me because I took 2 good waves. I really have.
So you wanna send regards to someone back? You can puedes hablar en portugués si quieres.
Foi demais a bateria. Eu estava doente nos últimos dias, garganta mal, no Rio eu fiquei doente também. Então foi bem difícil. E foi a minha primeira vez aqui surfando no Chile. Eu fiquei me repousando nos últimos dias. E entrar num mar tão grande, pesado como está, senti um pouco ofegante, mas consegui manter a calma e encontrei 2 ondas incríveis. E estou feliz demais. É muito bom avançar aí para o terceiro round direto. E agora é manter o foco para tentar ir bem nesse campeonato.
Well, he just say he's very, very happy. The waves, he feels a little bit difficult because the wind's picking up and the waves are a little bit big. But yeah, he's very, very happy and he will remain focused for the rest of the competition. So congratulations, parabéns para você. And we hope to see you back here. Back to you guys.
Begonia with Uri Valadao, my bad. I was saying the wrong winner of the last heat, but that was Uri Valadao taking out the win. Impressive over Santi Sanchez, who was looking pretty solid after that barrel, but then started looking like he was in a precarious spot. How great was the caddying? Who was that caddied in the keyhole?
Joshua Toledo just manned up and grabbed the closest board possible and just jumped straight into the keyhole and got the board to Sanchez. And man, it was some brave work done there by Joshua, as that keyhole can be very scary today, Dave. And I think we've all been watching some guys jump in there, biting our nails, and just some super close calls.
Yeah, you know, when I was walking down for my heat, I was thinking, should I be paddling out on the left? And then I figured, you know, I'll just play it safe, cruise out on the right, you know, keep my heart rate low, you know, don't need to get...
Just rather paddle out earlier in your heat and have a good old stretch and take it easy and paddle slowly back into the lineup instead of rushing into the last 5 minutes to try to use the keel.
Yeah, no need to panic and start the heat out of breath and out of oxygen after a cleanup set, exiting the keyhole.
But yeah, Uri was really impressive in that last heat. He scooped into a very nice looking right that got pretty deep and made a nice barrel, and then got a good left and got barrel again. So he was just kind of hunting the barrels, and it really paid off.
Yeah, that was some really cool work because Santi was looking great. You know, got one of the bigger left-hand barrels. I love the exit. Did you see how he was already claiming before he got out of the barrel? Like, that was insane.
Yeah, that's some brave work, especially as it kind of like his one was so big that it barreled over the keyhole, and it gets really bumpy there. And to come out one hand raised is a little risky, but he did really well.
Yeah, so we were all thinking, wow, okay, he's just got to get himself an average score, but Uri Valadao put up one of the performances of round one thus far, and was able to take out the wild card, Santiago Sanchez, as well as Sasha Damjanic, who is really going for broke. Did you see a few of those lip maneuver attempts?
Man, Dave, every time Sasha paddles out into a heat, I get worried, as he's like a hellman of note, and he always seems to get my heart racing because he's always in the most difficult situations in a heat. And yeah, so as he paddled out, I was already called it, saying like, man, this is going to be a heat to watch. And he went up for good inward, but just got there a little early and ended up landing back in the lip and almost looked like he got pinned straight into the reef, but he did really well to survive that, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you. Sasha definitely goes for it. He's one of the younger Chileans, and he's really been making a push on the World Tour the last several years, but he definitely just goes for it and does not seem like he's got much holding him back. He really wants to prove himself.
Exactly, yeah. And the young guys that really want to prove themselves can be some of the biggest threats in heats, as they have no low gear. They're always putting it into fifth gear and going into the biggest sections possible, and they're just trying to take out their idols that they've always looked up to. So they're always going big, and yeah, that can be a devastating knockout to some of the guys that have loads of experience and have been around here for a while, but that's all part of the game.
Yeah, it certainly is, which is another reason that you know, round one is such a spectacular round. We see trialists, we see wild cards, we see the top seeds all converging in a non-elimination round, which really allows everybody to just put it on the line. There's no really good reason to surf safe in round one.
Exactly.
It's really all about starting off with a bang, and you know, you're rewarded if you do. You go straight into round number 3, but no harm, no foul. If you wind up in second or third, you're still going to live to fight another day in round number 2.
Yeah, exactly. And especially out here at Floppos today, there's been such big sections that you're kind of in two minds going up to the section. Do you play it safe and try to do a roll, which is actually really difficult to land at times?
Yeah.
Or you're going to go for the big scoring moves, but if you don't land, you don't know that you might get another opportunity to make the most of it in that heat. So it can be really tough to decide just which one to do in round one.
Yeah, certainly, and I agree. Watching some of these riders and their approaches, Jacob Romero was probably one of the few exceptions to the rule where, he went for a huge air reverse, didn't quite complete it, still was scored a 4-point ride, but then was able to get a solid flip section later on in the heat.
Yeah.
And I think, as you said, starting off the day is really looking like the right-handers were offering plenty of opportunity. We saw Igor Sanchez really take chance after chance and get plenty of rides on the rights. And then now that we're into the second half of round number one, really starting to kind of slow down on the rights.
Yeah.
Starting to open up on the lefts, which is good, but it's a bit in between, and sometimes there's limited scoring opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, it's super tough, like, which one to do. Do you either go sit on the lefts or do you sit on the rights? You can't really sit on both today due to it being so far apart because it's so big, but I mean, I have seen some guys get some good scores where they sit on the left and actually go right and be in the perfect spot on the inside is to get really projected.
Yeah.
But then again, you're facing that dry ledge in front of you, so it's really risky, but guys are really going for it today.
And I've seen, even to mention those different spots that you're talking about sitting in, some of the best lefts that I've seen where guys are sitting on for the right, so it's those real deep lefts, and it does look like just because of the current safety situation with the water ski that we're calling the riders in, and we'll give you a situation. It does look like we're on hold. Not sure when the next call will be, but as information continues to trickle in, we'll try to release it to you guys. But it does look like we're on hold, not canceled, so we're not necessarily finished for the day, but we're on hold. So we're gonna see as the details trickle in as far as what we're waiting for. Of course, we're waiting for the security of the jet ski,
which I think is really necessary today. You can find yourself in some really tough situations where you definitely do need jet ski assistance. So, I mean, safety first for sure, Dave. So let's see if we can get this jet ski going and try push for the rest of the heats for the day.
Yeah, that's definitely the hope that we all have, that we'll be able to continue competition at some point. But while they go on hold, we're wondering exactly what to do with the broadcast. If we should just leave it on the wide angle, or should we just keep commentating through the break?
Yeah, I mean, as you've got that shot of the waves out there at the moment, you can see the onshore is starting to pick up. So we're gonna have to see with what the calls are gonna be for the rest of the day.
All right, so we're getting an official word. We are going to go on hold not only for the event, but the webcast as well. So stay tuned to our Facebook page. We'll be able to update when the next call is. And you can stay online as well. Just watch this beautiful view here. See the empty waves of Flopos. And once we do get some more word, we'll jump back on and keep talking to you, so you can stay on or stay updated to the Facebook. And thanks for jumping in, Tristan. Sorry we didn't get to commentate a heat, but definitely appreciate you being in here with us.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll jump back in when the heat starts, and we'll see what happens.
All right. Well, for now, we'll leave you guys to it. Take a quick water break. Those of you who've been tuning in all morning. And stick with us, and hopefully we'll be bringing you more action from the Arica Chilean Challenge in a bit.
Non intervened on behalf of... 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 intervened on behalf of 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 interfere. No one intervened on behalf of. 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 intervened on behalf of 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 don't be sensitive. No one intervened, 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 don't be sensitive. intervened on behalf of... 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 don't be sensitive. No one intervene, 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 don't be sensitive. intervened on behalf of 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 intervened on behalf of... 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 intervened on behalf of...
Thanks everybody for hanging out with us while we went on hold and watching those epic commercials. Hope that you stayed entertained. But the official word for this day of competition is that we are off for the rest of the day, Manny.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some incredible action throughout the morning and early afternoon, but we will be back tomorrow, 7 o'clock check-in, but we will have the live feed at 8 a.m. Chilean time. So on behalf of everybody here in Arica for the Arica Chilean Challenge, we will see you tomorrow morning. I'm sure we're going to have some pretty incredible highlights. Until tomorrow morning, we will see you then. Boom! Got it.
intervened on behalf of... intervened on behalf of...